Hello. It's good to be here today. How was everyone? Everyone good? I'm out here causing some campy terrorism. It's good to be here. I was trying. I'm a little. I'm not really late, but I got the stream going a little later than usual because I was trying to figure out how to make sound happen so I can show you guys something. But we had sound that one day. We were laughing and having a good time with the Olive Lady, the Maury Show stuff, and everything else. But I haven't been able to. Thank you, Lockmore, for getting the Patreon up. But but I don't think that the audio is working when I try to use this other thing, and I'm not really sure why that is. So we'll just have to deal with it, I suppose. Tell me, is any if I transfer over to this, is anything? Tell me, anything coming through for you? Where am I? Where am I? I don't know where they are. Hold on a sec. Do you guys get sound for this? Yeah, no sound. I can hear it. No, that's. I don't know why. I was. Micah and I were talking about about Puddle of Mud this weekend, and I was explaining to her she's younger, right? So she was a child when these bands were around, but I was like, yeah, Puddle of Mud wasn't really taken very seriously, and then I started just kind of going down the rabbit hole and reading about them and all of the rest. And then I came across this performance, which I had heard just a brief clip of. And it's the worst thing I've ever heard, where I wanted to open the show with it, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. And then I fell down this entire rabbit hole of this lead singer, Wes Scanlon, who's really Puddle of Mud. He's the only original member of the band and has been since Blurry came out. But he just has meltdowns on stage every once in a while. So there's like an entire series of videos of him just melting down and walking off stage as well. But that is like this song that I tried to show you guys is it is one of the worst. It is one of the worst things I've ever heard, and I had to try to bring it up, but I just don't know how to do it. I just don't know how to do it. Musical Scrotum says, I've never liked nu metal, and these guys were bottom of the barrel of that whole scene. They weren't really nu metal. Anyway, it's good to be here with you guys today. Let me see if I can, while we're talking, I'll see if I can figure this video situation out. I don't know. I'll add source. Maybe if I add the browser. And maybe, I don't know. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Anyway, hope you guys had a good weekend. I did. I was just hanging out. I can't wear this thing for the entire time. That's better. I actually don't need my headphones really either. Why do I even need my headphones? Shady G fella says Alley Viper vibes. That's what I'm going for. God, wasn't Alley Viper he was the coolest. See if we can find him. Anyway, I hope everyone's having a good. Oh yeah, here's a good shot of him. Alley Viper. Yeah, not bad. Mike, if I could get an Alley Viper, like a real Alley Viper out, Mike and I, my friend Mikey is in the chat. and I've talked about this in the past, is I would wear cosplay of like a really high end cosplay. And being Alley Viper would be pretty cool. I gotta be honest with you on that. Oh, my alarm's going off. And I'm getting emails. I gotta take my phone out of my pocket here. Anyway. Hope you guys are having a great start to your week. And we can get rid of Alley Viper now. You want to look at other cool Vipers? We can look at other cool Vipers if you want. We can spend the entire chat doing that, but I assume that you wouldn't want to do that. Why would you want to do that? All right. But this is a little weird because I kind of hate Star Wars now, but a biker scout outfit was what I always wanted. I mean, the biker scouts are the coolest Imperial troops. And I wonder, biker scout outfit. They do sell it. Let's see. God, they're so cool. I was like in love with them the first time I saw them. Like, oh my God, the biker scouts are the fucking coolest, dude. And yeah, the action figures were always whack because I think they see this guy here because he always came with they always came with their speeder bike, and so they needed to be able to sit on it. And so they never were normal looking. But yeah, I'm sure someone out there does this stuff. Anyway. Oh boy. Everyone doing all right out there? I'm hanging in there. Oh, my jersey's like coming off my chair. Let's show it a little bit of respect. By the way, I weighed myself. I weigh myself every few days now. I used to weigh myself every day when I lived in California, and it kept me kind of honest. And then I stopped doing it because I stopped obsessing over it. Then I gained like 10 or 15 pounds. So I weighed myself. I'm 179, or I was 179 when I got out of the shower. I have like a little, looks like a cum shot actually on my shirt. Do you see this? See if we can do something about this. Oh, awesome Tatum. You're speaking to it. Colin, football in a couple of weeks. I can't watch any more fucking golf. I need some real sports. I mean, golf is not even where I'm at right now. I've been watching, God, there is nothing more unathletic than the WNBA. And I say that with great confidence every year because I watch it, because there's nothing else to watch. I've also been watching the CFL on CBS Sports Network. That's getting me by a little bit. Canadian football is kind of cool because it's not as good as our football, but I do like a few aspects of it. 3 downs instead of 4, so you punt on second, or you punt. No, yeah, you punt on 3rd down, which is cool, and a lot of movement in NFL football. In NFL football, you have one player moving, and they can't move towards the line of scrimmage. So, yeah, I've been watching a lot of that. Well, it's softball. Softball's kind of cool. I can get down with softball. Can't watch the MLB. In fact, after all the recent trades, I am rooting so hard for them to get locked out next year. It's going to be awesome. Love it. Fuck these teams. Fuck this stupid system. The MLB salary system is so stupid that it's why I stopped watching baseball almost 20 years ago religiously, which I was, because I was like, this is boring as fuck with all of this. And now the Dodgers are fuck the Dodgers, but they're the ones that have ruined it. And so inevitably there will be no baseball next year, and we will finally have a salary cap, and it'll be all figured out. I would really, really appreciate that. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about it. It's preposterous what's going on with the MLB. It is awful. It doesn't matter, DCD. You don't understand. It doesn't matter. The 5 lowest payroll teams have a better record than the 5 highest payroll teams. It doesn't matter. It's about being able to keep. This became. I'm I used to be a huge baseball nerd. I think some people have probably picked that up over time. It was like a big part of my life. It was specifically the Pittsburgh Pirates and Jason Bay that really set me off, because it was clear as all get out that the Pirates were never going to be able to keep him. And I watched that happen in slow motion over years, inevitably him getting closer and closer, and gone. And I'm like, it sucks. You draft well, and these guys, you simply can't hold on to these guys. And what the Dodgers are doing, and what the Dodgers have done with Shohei Ohtani's salary and stuff, it's like these guys can get bent. Loving it. Anyway, we won't go down there. Dustin, why are you on here if you're not working? What are you doing? Why don't you drive back to Ohio and clandestinely buy physical games? You didn't think that I was going to have people telling me about that? Is that what you believe? That I don't have spies and agents? You can't go to, Dustin, you can't, there is no beach. Dustin, you live in Western Pennsylvania. If you go to the beach, that means you're traveling quite a way. Is the beach like a Great Lake? Beach? I'm going to the beach. And it's like some river. Come on, man. Sick of this fucking bullshit. Sick of it. Dustin, why can't I get sound out of my browser? No. Where did I see it? I don't know. I think he deleted it. Someone's saying Colin only half kidding. No, I'm not. I'm fully not kidding. I hate when people say they're going to the beach and then like, you're going to the beach. You're in Missouri. The fuck are you talking about? I grew up on the beach. I grew up on an island. You don't have to tell me what it is to grow up. I was on the beach every day. I lived in the Sunset in San Francisco for 10 years. That's the beach. I lived in Santa Monica at 6th in Colorado, blocks from the beach. That's the beach. The beach. You ever say this again in Long Island, Geek Things podcast, I'm going to fucking lose it. Oh, boy. I'm going to tell you. Well, what should we talk about? Should we get into some super chats? By the way, I'll put this in here and we can pin it. Every question about physical media will have to increase its payment by $5 per question. How do I pin it? There we go. Pin message. Did it work? Stop moving! Oh my God, I'm losing it. There we go. Because I'm so sick of talking about it. It's one of those things. It's like waiting for Xbox to fail, right? You just kind of got to wait. Just wait it out. We'll get there in the end. Just wait it out. You got to show a little bit of patience. Another pointless gamer says, game of the year so far, Colin, with 2 L's. Pragmata. It's the game of the year. Very easily the game of the year. I mean, let's take a look here. Hold on a second. All right, here's what I've played this year, so we can figure this out together. There really aren't. By the way, Halo is really, really good. I think I really liked it a lot. Halo campaign involved. I'm on my second playthrough. I'm playing on Heroic. I'm probably halfway through my second playthrough. Let's see. Luna Abyss was really great. No one played it. I think I'm the only person that played it. It's got to be Pragmata. I would say the top 3 are something like... It's something like Pragmata, Resident Evil, Mouse is probably my top 5. Or top 3. If you went top 5, you'd probably throw something like 007 and Lovish. You would probably have Vampire Crawlers in there as well. I don't really know. But Mouse is excellent. If you guys haven't played Mouse, and I know it sold 1 million copies, so many people played it. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. But let's get into some super chats here, and we can have ourselves a good time. Maybe, I don't know. The Justin EXP says, hey, Colin, I'm your future stat man and producer, Justin. Heard you're kicking around a Statboy producer idea. This is my in. I appreciate your... I got quite a few messages about this. For people that don't know, I was talking last week about... on Sacred about potentially having like a more real-time producer on the show. There's just... I think we can do better presentationally. And I don't even mean... gameplay footage or anything like that. I really don't want to show any of that stuff. I don't want to get our stuff copyright struck or anything like that. That would be really annoying. But just more organization, more fidelity, more interactivity. I am very much inspired by a podcast I bring up pretty often called Heed the Call, which is an amazing football podcast that I've listened to for many, many years. It hasn't been around for many, many years. It used to be called Around the NFL. They worked for the NFL for many years. I started listening to it in 2016 maybe, and so they left the NFL in 2024. People might remember that I was actually in their announcement video because I was talking about how they left. And anyway, they do a really, really great show, and I've been listening to it a lot more lately now that football's juicing back up. And I'm like, these guys are so... that show really is like the sacred symbols of football. It's so funny. But I like some of the things they do, and I've been kind of inspired by it. So yeah, we need a producer, but the honest answer, Justin, and I appreciate you writing in, is like, if I were to do this, I'm very insular, as I think everyone knows, and I would probably just have Lockmore do it if he would be interested in doing it. But that's the first he's hearing of it. But I'm having, like with Chris and I'm having a hard time even just steering the show and fully paying attention because I have to queue up the next thing. I got to make sure we got everything in order, make sure the next, like, oh, he's bringing this thing up as the listener inquiry attached to it. And so you're kind of tuning in and out. And I feel like I want to be a little bit more engaged. It's less difficult with Dustin there because they can bounce things off of each other while I'm getting organized on my end. But, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Lockmore had already turned down one job I tried to offer him. So we talked about that on our Sacred Symbols Plus episode. The Justin EXP wrote in again, said, sent Micah some of my work. My MMA show was closest to the job, but the channel got deleted. Only one episode survived. Justin, I appreciate your attempts. I mean, anything can happen. I don't know. But we're not actively looking for anyone right now, and based purely on my own laziness. Also, I don't really want to introduce people to my show, especially Sacred Symbols, that no one knows. It's like, oh yeah, we just have this random... I mean, everyone at least on the show knows Lockmore. I'm very conservative with the changes to the shows, if I can be. Mr. GN says, how rich are you? What do you think? I see this thrown around sometimes. I wonder. Cyanide says, hire Randy. I don't think he's available. All right. Let's see. Oh my God, he's still going? There's what? You really want this, don't you, Justin? Now, this is a razor's edge sort of situation, is it not? For him? Not for me. It's meaningless to me. I mean, it's not meaningless. I love hearing from you. I love your gusto. I love your go get him attitude. But this is a razor's edge thing now. Because now you're really, really putting yourself out there, and it could become too much. He says, number 3, next closest, my pop culture sports podcast, Jockstrap Nerd Chat, built the segments, did all the post-production myself. Number 4, I was working with what I had, wanted to produce, so I produced my own stuff, did whatever the shows needed, including hosting. You're a go-getter. I appreciate that. Justin, you can do it, but I'm only going to pay you $5 a year. Every year. You're going to get $5. $5 and the job is it's a $5 salary. Paid monthly. So what would that be? So we'll pay you 41 cents a month. I appreciate you writing in. I like what you did. I like you putting yourself out there. You see these things every once in a while where people put out a resume. By the way, I've never had a resume in my entire life. I've never made a resume. I did have when I got hired by IGN, they offered me the job, but they were owned by Fox. So you had to go through Fox. And so you had to submit a CV and all the rest when you got hired. So they had it for their records. So I actually had to type something up after I got the job. And that was the only time I had ever had a resume. Never had him. Never applied for a job, really, to be honest. Because I'm thinking, like, my first job was at when I was 14, was at a horse stable. That was my friend's mom's place. So I just got that job. And then I worked at a deli for 2 years in 11th and 12th grade. And my friend Anthony, who's the little brother of my sister Allie's best friend, if you follow all that, Janine, he worked there and they were looking for someone, so I got that job. And then when I went to Northeastern, I worked on the landscaping crew the entire time I was there. And I got that job because my mom knew the guy, and so they hired me. They were just looking for someone. They didn't really care. And then when I graduated from Northeastern, IGN literally offered me a job. And here we are. So I've never applied for a job. I've never had a resume. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Now, when this all inevitably burns down and I have to go work at Publix, I won't have to. I'm not lying to you and telling you I have to go work it. I'm not going to work it. Maybe I'll work at Publix because I'm looking forward to just doing something. Like maybe I'll be one of those people that has like a retirement job where I'm like the greeter at Walmart, but I don't really have to be there. I'm just kind of bored. You know? I was talking to Micah about this. I was floating around my pool, and I have these beautiful hibiscus bushes growing, 3 of them, 2 red, 1 pink. They're wonderful. And I was staring at them, and I'm in my garden every day. I'm out there for hours. Actually, I fucked my hands up pretty bad. I have no idea how. I think maybe on a rose bush. And And I was like, damn. In another world, I have a BA, right? I don't have a BS. So my bachelor's degree is a Bachelor of Arts, like a humanities degree. In a different world where I was more left-brained, because I am severely right-brained, I would have been in the like I am into it. I'm into horticulture and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, Micah was just staring at me like I was crazy. We were in the pool and I was just like crazy. I'm like, what if I just like retired and went back to school for botany? But then I had this whole thing where I'm like, first of all, I am totally ill-equipped for that because I have a BA. I didn't take any serious science or math classes in college. And I would probably have to do a lot of BS work. And I don't mean bullshit work. I mean Bachelor of Science work to even be prepared for that. And then I'm not really, I don't know. In a different world, I discover a lot of things about myself too late to know, like what's, well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Destroy the Machines says, Colin just said Micah was in the pool, but Micah says she doesn't go in your pool. She usually doesn't. In fact, this was the first time that she went in the pool all year. She just can't. I was floating around the pool drinking and smoking, looking at the sky, as I usually do. I just kind of zone out. She says sometimes she looks at me through the mirror and I'm just fucking zoned out, like just staring into space. But she came out. She said she wanted to hang out with me, so she did. Yeah. Very, very fun. And by the way, I agree with this. Free Paul Eastine says, nice name, says, fair play to Justin. This is exactly what Colin espoused a few weeks or months ago. Don't ask, you don't get. Exactly. You gotta, things don't come to you. Well, sometimes they do. But like, you have to plant the seeds. Nothing's ever gonna come to you. Nothing's ever just going to fall into your lap without some preparation. So yeah, you got to be somewhat aggressive. You got to put yourself out there. That's what I was saying earlier, is that sometimes you see these pictures of people doing really funny things with their resumes where it's like, I saw a thing recently where a guy like pretended he was a Postmates driver and delivered cupcakes or something to these various places. And it's not uncommon. We used to get that at IGN a lot. People would like send us a pizza or do, and it doesn't typically work because there are so many people applying to these jobs, but it's better than nothing. And it's certainly a better way to get noticed. I said that when I got my freelance position at IGN, I was 17. They didn't know I was 17. And when they figured that out, we had to wait until I turned 18. So it was about a month where we had to wait. And I knew at that time, it's like I would kick the door off the hinges if the light was even showing through it a little bit. And so I don't blame people for doing that. And once you're in, the world is your oyster at that point, in my opinion. Okay, let's see. Where are we now? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. But I appreciate you. Thank you. To be clear, 0 interest in camera time, not angling for screen time. I want to be the guy tracking stats, building the show off cam. I want the person to be on camera. Now, not all the time, but I have a vision. Razor's Edge, Justin. Are we going to get a number 6? I don't know how that's going to go for you. I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. All right, let's see. William Plana says, do you really think we will never get a sequel to Kunitsugami? I doubt it. I mean, it would be awesome. Kunitsugami is a fucking awesome game. It's probably Capcom's most understated game in recent years, and a lot of people obviously didn't play it, but it is awesome. The reason I don't think that it will get a sequel is kind of multifaceted. Number one is that it didn't sell very well, and the bigger reason is that to even get the game done and finished, it required Microsoft to invest in it, and that's why it was on Game Pass. Microsoft helped fund Kinitsugami. It's not, it wasn't, that's a more literal thing, as opposed to saying like, we're giving you money for your game. It's like, no, like the money was necessary to finish the game. Thus it is on Game Pass. And so it didn't seem like Capcom's heart was really in it to begin with, at least from a monetary point of view. It also is kind of a standalone game. It would be really, really fucking dope to get a sequel, though. That game is... I really got addicted to that game. And it's just... Capcom is just killing it. Like, they're just killing it. I am so proud of them. And I know that's a weird thing to say, but it's like, they really turned it around and started to nail things. It all really began with Resident Evil 7, but they are so impressive. They just don't really miss. Even when games are a little underwhelming to people, like Monster Hunter, you're like, oh, people don't really like the new Monster Hunter. And they're like, oh, it sold like 12 million copies. You know? They are awesome. And yeah, Kinitsugami was one of those games. I also thought, not quite as good as Kinitsugami, but I also thought it came out the same year, I think. The Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, which I also platinumed, was also really good. Just these little things that they drop that are not the Resident Evils, not even the Pragmatas, which sell almost 3 million copies or whatever, but these other things. Oh, boy, I'm going to tell you. Oh, someone wrote in about this. Trials95 says, I'm happy my Dodgers got Scooball. Do you think... I don't know how to say his name, actually. Do you think there will be a lockout if they get an extension for him? There's going to be a lockout. Definitely. I saw the Major League Baseball... It was like last month. MLB and the MLBPA both put out like their wants and like their stances for the CBA renewal, and they're like on different fucking planets. So I think the owner should lock these dudes out until there's a salary cap, even if it takes multiple years. Enough. The NFL, the NHL, and the NBA all have salary caps. They're all much better leagues than the MLB. And I'm not saying better sports. I love baseball, but they are obviously better leagues. So, and the NBA kind of sucks too, but it's better. There'll be, I mean, either there will be a salary cap in the CBA or there will be a lockout. I don't think there's not going to be anything where it's like, oh, we just will figure out some intermediary thing. That's not happening. As I understand it, listening to a lot of the baseball insiders, they're like, the owners are down. Like they're ready to go. They think that this is the time. And I was a kid the last time there was a baseball stoppage. I think it was it 95? So I would have been 10 or 11. There was a strike. And I'm pretty sure that was the last one. And of course, dude, my favorite sport, not my favorite leagues, the NFL is my favorite league, but my favorite sport, hockey, the NHL, they lost an entire season in 2004, 2005, which I still believe destroyed the NHL for a generation. I was explaining this to Micah because, again, she's 10 years younger than me. So we have these different kind of these pinpoints of like knowledge about the things we watch, observe and whatever. And I'm like, you're too young and you weren't really watching hockey, but hockey was fucking getting huge. And I'm sure a lot of people out there remember it, like where it was starting to teeter into like the third spot of the big four. And Fox was playing it and NBC was playing it and ESPN had it on constantly and ESPN2. They really fucked themselves up. And I wonder, like, I think it's widely known that the work stoppage in 2004 basically took all the wind out of the NHL sails and they're still kind of recovering from it. So I'm interested to see what happens with the MLB and if a similar thing happens to them. Because it already feels like baseball is kind of becoming irrelevant anyway. It's hard to judge it because there's so much TV money and there's so much other stuff going on, and that's true for all the leagues. But I always find it funny that it is the unique sport that like where you put on like a regular game and like no one's watching it, like there's no one in the stands. And that also indicates that I didn't always feel like this because the 162 game season is kind of cool, but at the same time it's like, why are we playing 162 games? I mean, really think about it. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with the Yankees. All the way through my mid-20s, probably. The thing that I realized about it, though, I would just have Yes Network on, in high school or college or whatever. And I watched every game. I would, like, tabulate like I'd have a little thing on my wall where I would like keep the score and the standings and all the rest. I was like, and then I realized like this is an unemployed person's thing. Like, how can anyone that has a job watch baseball? It's like, oh yeah, there's 162 games. I'm a big fan of the Yankees. How many games did you get to watch this year? I watched like 10. It's like, oh, okay. It's like it's different. Like I just couldn't imagine it these days. Like 3 hours a night for 6 days a week, 6.5 days a week. But God, I used to be so in it, man. Dagan's still really into it. Much of my family's still really into baseball. All right, let's see. Oh my God, there's more. There's more. There's more. There's more. Justin EXP says, I wouldn't be this fired up if I didn't think I was the right fit. So I listened to your last episode and I set out to fact check it. There's more probably, isn't there? There's more. Turns out you guys didn't get much wrong, so I ended up with a few post-production notes and one real correction instead. Also in watching Heed the Call for Inspiration, studying segment ideas and production touches that could cross over well to Sacred. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, Justin. We're talking about you. I mean, I can't say I hate it. I don't hate it. The thing is, so that's 8. So we're talking about $40 you spent, which I appreciate. It's very nice of you. But it's going to take you 8 years to make all that money back. If you work for it. See, like you've put yourself in such a hole that I'm a little confused about the financial obligation that you're looking for. But here we are discussing it. Are we not? All right, let's see. P. Riceodon says, I say this with no hyperbole, or hyperbole if you're fucking illiterate. The Locke Colin pod was the single most relatable thing I've ever listened to. Locke is a treasure. Thank you for that. Yeah, Locke he's a mysterious person, isn't he? Maybe it's the European nature to him. He's in that dark room. He's got those two, the red and the blue thing behind him where it looks like lightsabers. At least, I mean, that's what it reminds me of anyway. Lockmort, he's very welcome with us. Like, that's my whole thing with him is I like Lockmort. I really like Lockmort. Everyone likes him internally, and it seems like everyone, or most people, not everyone externally likes anyone, but a lot of people like Lockmort. I want to find a better role for him, and that was part of what we were discussing on the show. We talked about how I actually offered him the job of community manager, which he turned down. And I was saying that's not a job I'm really looking to fill. It's a job that I've only ever offered to two people who both turned it down, because I want them to come from our community, and it's someone that I vibe with. Ben was the other one a long time ago. So Locke is very much ingratiated to us, and I want him to have a larger role with us. Not only because he knows games and he has interesting points of view, and I also think he fills in a certain gap for us in gaming, but because I really like him. I think he's a nice person. I think he's a hard worker. I think he's earnest and honest. He's funny. He's nice to he's kind to people. But we'll have to figure it out. I don't know. I don't know what's going to look like. Downside Wave wrote in and said, on Sacred, you were negative on zoos. They have saved many species from extinction: California condor, black-footed ferret, golden lion, tamarin, etc. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, so for people that didn't listen to the show yet, or just don't listen to it, I was saying that I've always, zoos came up for some reason. I was saying that I've always kind of struggled with them. You know, I grew up on Long Island, as everyone knows, so we used to go to the Bronx Zoo. That was our local zoo. And actually, on Earth Day every year, we would go. You can get in. I don't know if they still do this, but when I was a kid, on Earth Day, you could get into the Bronx Zoo if you agreed to like walk around and like help clean it up. I don't know if anyone out there remembers this at all. It might still be a thing. So like you go and like you get a little bag and then you like pick up trash and shit like that, and then you just get in for free. So we used to go every year when I was a kid, and I liked it. The Bronx Zoo is one of the great zoos in the United States, but I look around and I'm like, I don't know about this. You know, I don't know. I even when I was a kid, I was like, I don't know about this. I'm an animal lover, you know, like I don't know very much about animals or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but I like them. And it seems, I don't think cruelty is even the right word, because they have a good life. It's just unnatural, and I think it's strange, especially in the era of, even in the era of television, but in the era of the internet, and we can just see anything we want, and there's professionals that are going and doing these amazing wildlife documentaries and all the rest, and I'd rather them just be where they belong. You know? So, but it's great that, I mean, they do great work. I mean, I'm sure they do. And they're not trying, maybe there's some places where they are trying to hurt the animals, but they're not trying to hurt the animals. They're helping the animals, and the animals do have a good life, but it is unnatural, and I'm not into it. When I lived in, I was talking about how I lived in the Sunset in San Francisco. The San Francisco Zoo was right near where I lived. I never went there once because I was like, I don't want to go to the fucking zoo. And then, there's a great West Coast Zoo in San Diego and all the rest. I don't want to do that stuff. I do like aquariums, but I assume you could say the same thing about them too. They're kind of unnatural. Although I don't really have any I like fish. I think that they're but I don't respect them. Who cares if a fucking fish is happy? Think I give a shit? Oh, the flounder is unhappy with his fucking dinner. It's like, come on, man. Oh, fuck. All right. MW Davis 77 wrote in and said, Colin, on the last Sacred Symbols, you continue to denigrate Star Wars under Disney. Yes. There has been some bad, but Andor, Rogue One, and Mando Season 1 are fantastic. Don't speak about topics you don't know. Love the show. I don't know Star Wars? Never heard that before. No one's ever said that to me before. I want you to understand something really important. You named 3 things, including one television season, as the good Star Wars. Do you want me to rattle off everything else? Colin, Star Wars is great. About 8% of it's pretty good. Oh, cool. Good. Do you know that back in the day, 100% of it was good? Interesting. Disney has obliterated Star Wars. Everyone knows it. It's like not even an argument anymore. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows that they fucked it up. All you have to do is look at the interest in the brand. It's hysterical how bad they botched it to me. To me, I think it's like, I was sad about it at first. Like, well, The Last Jedi bothered me so much when it came out because it was fucking horrible. 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 And so I was annoyed about it at one point. But I've long since accepted it. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. This isn't for me. Not everything has to be for me. But they had a good thing going. Episode 7 was good. Safe, but good. Rogue One is arguably the best Star Wars that's ever been. Then they had Episode 8, which was horrible. And then they had Solo, which I actually liked. Dagan and I saw it in the theater together. And I liked Solo a lot. And then Episode 9 was so offensive. I didn't see it until it was on like video. Because I was over it by that point. And I'm like, God, this is even worse than I thought it was going to be. So bad. It makes you long for the prequel era. I mean, that's how bad all this is. Like I would go back to that shit any day of the week. At least it had heart and spirit. Just trash. Just trash. And it's so funny how you can buy something like Star Wars and have no plan for it. No plan. There's no plan. Yeah, we'll buy it. We don't really know what we're going to do with it. We'll do like a hotel. And we'll do a trilogy, but we won't write it ahead of time. Also, we'll make sure Han and Luke and Leia are never together. They'll all be in the movie. But they're never going to be together. Yeah, good shit. Good shit. Literally garbage. And seeing the reactions to the newest movie and like how it did at the box office, like, yeah, people are over this shit, man. And I imagine Disney's like, oh no, what have we done? And what they should do is sell it. Let someone buy it back. They can undo everything. Go back to the status quo of 2012 and try again. And if you wanted to be really ballsy, you would go back to the status quo of April 1999. I mean, I was in the top 1% of Star Wars fans. I don't think people understand how fucking much I loved Star Wars when I was young. I was obsessed with it. It's not a thing like if you have I had every action figure and vehicle from 1995 through 2001. Every one of them. I was completely obsessed. It is horrible. And I don't think it's even that controversial to say anymore. They don't even know what Star Wars is or means anymore. They don't even know what it's like, what are you doing? Just trash. Just trash. All right, let's see. On My 116 fan says, would you ever do a live show in or around Nashville, Tennessee in the future? Even Atlanta would be dope. What I would give to see Colin in a cowboy hat. I did do Atlanta a long time ago when I was at Kind of Funny. Maybe it was either 2015 or 2016. We went to MomoCon and did like a panel and like a meet and greet there or whatever. And Atlanta's a really cool city. Great food. And I enjoyed myself there. Nashville I've been to, but I don't know that I would do a show there. I think if we do another live show, I would probably go back to New York just because I feel like we did our best there. And that's like the biggest draw and the easiest way to get people. But I don't know. I also wanted to do Boston at some point. Actually, I don't know what ended up happening. Ben would know better because he was the one that was doing it. But we were going to play Boston. And this was like years ago. One of the shows was going to be in Boston. And we had lined it up with like what PAX was going to be or whatever. So people would be in the city. And then we went to Northeastern, my alma mater. They have a place called Blackman Auditorium. I actually took classes in there, but that's like where like comedians and shows and, you know, speeches and stuff happen. And we were actually going to do it. And I think we had everything like preliminarily lined up. And then I think the date of PAX moved or something. And then we tried to move the date and then we couldn't get it. So we just dropped it. All right. The Wub says, somebody get these physical beggars out of here. All right, that's $5. So remember the every question now. The next one, if I'm going to read it, it's going to have to be 10. I'm sick of this fucking topic. This is the thing about physical games. You just gotta wait. Really, we're arguing about nothing at this point. I'm not arguing about anything, really. People are upset at me. I don't even really know why. But can I let you guys on a little secret, by the way? I told on our Q&A last month, or our Q&A 4 last month, I said this to the audience, to this Patreon audience, is I've noticed that on Twitter they've started to they claim, X claims that they're going after like a lot of the people that are kind of like inappropriately monetizing their accounts and like and doing all these kinds of things, and so like they're cutting them off from the resources that they would usually get, and the money should be better distributed amongst people that do original things on Twitter or whatever. So I'm like, because you'll remember a few years ago I tried to like see like how much money can we make on Twitter if we just like post a video a day and so on and so forth. I'm like, it's really not worth it. It's like a couple $100s a month. So the last few weeks I've just been posting a lot more on Twitter and trying to just be more engaged and just say things that I believe, but that I think will get a lot of attention and a lot of retweets and a lot of people responding. And then we'll see how much money I can scrape off of everyone. And maybe it'll be a little bit better this time around, and maybe I'll continue to do it. So be patient with me as we figure this out. Let me see. Can I find this? Chibim says, Colin, get a haircut. Looks shit. I give myself a haircut. I haven't paid for a haircut in years and years. No. So it might look bad. I don't know if it looks bad or good, but it's just me taking a buzzer to my head. Then it grows back. I look like a chia pet. And then we're back to it again. Yeah. It's just like, what's the point of like any, like I just, the thing that always bothered me, you can't do anything with my hair. You have to shave it off. There's nothing to do with it. I have frankly borderline African hair. So you go to the barber and they always want to shave, cut you up. Like they like do the little sharp lines and everything. And I'm like, I always hated that because you have to maintain it. So, they'll do like the little thing where it's like they'll like shave this and it'll look good for like a week. Then it'll start growing in. Like it's a trap to get you to go back, in my opinion. It's like, no, I will just grow out my afro, shave it down, grow it out, shave it down, grow it out, shave it down. But yeah, my hair is insane. Like it's just a mat when it grows. People are like, oh, you can do this, this, and this. I'm like, no, you can't. You can't do anything with it. So yeah, I just shave my head off and then it'll grow back. And in a few weeks, I think it'll be like in the spot I want it to be in. And then Mike and I talk about this sometimes where there's like a moment, a few days where I look really good. But but you can't get to that point immediately. It has to grow into that point. I don't know how to get to that point. You know what I mean? So I haven't paid for a haircut since I lived in California. It's kind of a waste of money, to be honest. Not for everyone. I mean, some people need to get their haircut, but I don't care. Who am I trying to impress? My wife. Can I find what she said in here? I can't. Yeah, anyway, I can't find it. My wife says, stop being gay. That's what she told you guys. She told you guys, stop being gay. She said it, not me. My beautiful wife. People judging how I look. What do you think these troglodytes look like? I'm not saying I'm God's gift to woman, because I'm not. Obviously. But I will say that people are a little flippant with their comments. It's one of the things I try not to do. I try not to, like, make fun of people's looks. Maybe a little bit privately, but I would never do that publicly. But I bet you half of you are fucking ugly as sin. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. I think some of you make mirrors break. But that's okay, because it's the internet and we're all created equal here. We're all created equal. Why are you gay? But I will say, you know, even being a very average looking person, I've done pretty good for myself. Yeah, I've done pretty good. I've done pretty good. Yeah. But it's a young man's game, you know? Done pretty good. Done pretty good. Yeah. All right. Let's see. The Uncharted Wolf wrote in. Said, been training for a managerial position and you and Maddie's streams have been keeping me sane. Any tips for how you lead your staff? Hope all is well. You don't want any tips from me. No, you don't want any tips from me. You don't want my advice. We work very independently, and if you can't do that at Last Stand, then you can't work here. So I lead by example, in my opinion, is the way I would put it. Let me give you an example. My sister recently, and not recently, but like, I have two sisters, but one of them got mad at me because I like wasn't available because I had to do some work stuff. And she said something like, "Aren't you the boss? Like, can't you just do what you want?" And I'm like, I wouldn't. Yes, I could do whatever I want, and I am the boss, but I gotta lead by example. I don't want to ask anyone else to do things that are inconvenient or that ruin a plan that you might have had or a social engagement or whatever. I'm going to do that. And then when I ask someone else, like, oh, regardless of what you have going on, this is what we have to do at this time because there's this stream or this thing we have to react to or whatever. You got to, my big thing on Uncharted Wolf is doing what you ask other people to do as well. I am ready to go. There's nothing I ask anyone, like, it's the same thing with Dustin. It's like, Dustin does a lot of work and a lot of like menial, annoying things that I don't want to do, but I did almost all of it myself when I ran the company. So I know what it's like to edit videos. I know what it's like to edit audio, and I know what it's like to have to do this, the thumbnails, and I know what it's like to have to interact with all these different emails and talk to these different vendors and do all these things. I did it all. That's why I'm comfortable asking other people to do it. So I think if I could give you any tip, it's to lead by example. Because I've had great bosses and I've had awful bosses. And you know who was a really great boss was Greg. Because Greg was a grinder. He would never, ever ask you to do anything he wouldn't himself do. And he would stay late and he would go do the hard thing. And so when people asked him to do things, no one had any problem because no one worked harder than him. Except for maybe me. But then I've had bosses that you couldn't even find them. You didn't know where they were. You didn't know what they did. Middle management's the worst. And that's the other thing of that experience of why I just try to leave everyone alone. My staff knows that not hearing from me is a good thing. It means you're doing this and you're trusted and you're doing a good job and you're achieving what you're supposed to achieve. It's not that if you hear from me it's a bad thing. It's just that you don't need to hear from me. And if you can't self-start in my organization, you're not in it. All right, let's see. Tatman to the rescue says, never had a submission read on Sacred Symbols, but 2 in 1 episode, good deal. PSN infrastructure versus GTA 6 and a reply pitying you underneath a Sony disc grant. Did you change your name or did I use your name twice? Because that might be a first time if I made that error and no one pointed it out either. We have like so many people listening to Sacred Symbols and then things get by the goalie sometimes where I'm like, no one noticed this. It's like a football arena of people. It's like AT&T Stadium full of people every week listening and watching the show between all the things. It's like no one noticed. Mobman says, always surround yourself with people smarter than you. Well, that's impossible for me. But typically good advice. Typically good advice. Tatman, it was good to hear from you. I hope you're well. Tatman to the rescue says, well, one wasn't an official readout, just referenced it, but I knew it was me. Well, now you're just making assumptions. Beaver Diva Todd wrote in and said, Colin, you're very flippant on whether you own the games you buy. I mean this with no animosity, but do you write them off against taxes? Because I feel like that must warp how much you care about ownership. No, I don't. The company... So here's how it works if you're curious about the nerdiness of it. Last Stand is an LLC that is taxed by the IRS and treated by the IRS as an S corporation. S corporations are pass-through corporations. So the owners of the corporations pay the taxes on the money made as if it was income. The money that is spent in pursuit of profit is untaxed. So say you make $1 million a year at your company and you spend $500,000 on the operation. You don't pay taxes on the $500,000. You pay taxes on the remaining $500,000. So I am the owner of the company and I pay taxes on the remaining money. But once that money is taxed, it is basically indistinguishable from my money. So the money is fungible between these different things. So the company pays for my games and my hardware and all of the rest, but it would be money that I would otherwise get paid at salary that would be taxed, if that makes any sense. So they're not write-offs. Because writing off the game would mean that I would get the tax money back. And that's not what it is. I don't write very much off at all, actually. There's your standard deductions and all sorts of things and things that you write off. But sometimes I see like people and their write-offs, especially for like personal income. And I'm like, where did all of this come from? People are like, oh, you got to write that off. I'm like, I always think it's funny too when people are like, you got to write that off. And I'm like, I don't think you understand what you're talking about. People are like saving these little receipts and like writing off these little things. And I used to see it when I would go to like drop things off at like Goodwill. I'd have like something to give away, and they would offer to like, oh, do you want like a receipt, because then you can like write it off. And I'm like, you have to acquire. I think the cutoff for the mandatory write-off is $7,000 or something like that. In other words, you just get to write off $7,000 without having to show anything unless you can get above and beyond that. And I'm like, you're saving money. You're saving receipts for a $20 thing at fucking Goodwill. It's not going to get you above the threshold. You know? So yeah, it's a totally interesting question. So the company pays for my games, but the company's money is my money. Does that make any sense? It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I think that makes sense. Benaz says, as a tax CPA, I love when he brings up the tax talk. Did I do a good job of explaining it? I think I did a pretty good job. I have a great accountant. I like my accountant. He's the guy I've been working with I started working with him in Santa Monica. He's still there. Um, I think I'm his only client in Virginia. Micah texted me, I'm going to drop off orders and hit up GNC. Okay, that's fun. I'm also very conservative with taxes where like, and actually Benat or Benot or whatever can speak to this, I'm sure. There's all sorts of different schools of thought about one's approach to taxes. Because that's the funny thing about, I can't speak for other countries, but in the United States, no one knows what they owe. It's a game. And I don't know how many people overseas know this or whatever, but like it's a game. And it's like the old joke of like the IRS being like, oh, it's tax season, you owe us money. And they're like, all right, how much do I owe? And they're like, oh, you tell me. I'm like, all right. So then you have to do like all this complicated work or whatever. But there's all this gray area about like, oh, can you do this? And can you claim this? And like, and there are people that are really aggressive and crazy and like go off and like claim everything. And like they just use their business account for whatever they want and all the rest. I am like the total antithesis of that, where I am like really conservative with it, where I'm like, I literally just want to pay what I owe. I don't want there to be any questions. I want the benefits that make sense for me. I want to claim the things that I can claim reasonably, but I'm not trying to like make some auditor like kind of squint and be like, like I just want it to clear. Like I don't want any problem. The last group that I want any issues with is the fucking IRS. That's like the last thing that I want. So glad you brought it up. Always happy to talk about taxes. Birdo says, Colin, why don't you dress up with Micah for the Lord of the Rings wedding? It's not a Lord of the Rings wedding. My best childhood friend Mike Pope is getting married. It's his second wedding. And he's a real huge nerd. Not a huge surprise. I'm a huge nerd too. We grew up together. And he's really into like fantasy and all that kind of stuff. At his wedding, his first wedding, I was in his wedding party, but his best man, who was our childhood friend Corey, he had him wear like the Hand of the King or whatever thing from Game of Thrones. And when we had like a huge bonfire kind of situation afterwards, whatever, and he shot a flaming arrow into it to start the fire. So he's a huge nerd. And so he's getting remarried, and he sent out the invitations. We're going, obviously, it's on Long Island in October. And on the I don't have it here. It's actually on the fridge, I think. On the invitation, it says like costumes encouraged. And I'm like, okay, I'm not doing that, but it's cool that other people want to do it. Micah wants to do it. She wants to dress like a mid Renaissance, not even that, like Middle Ages, like whatever, wench. So, I'm like, that's cool, but there are three things that I think are relevant. Number one is that I don't know how many people are actually going to do it, and I don't want to. And I told Micah this. I'm like, I just want you to be like, you might be the only person dressed like this. I know our group of friends, and I know where we come from, and I'm like, I don't really know where Mike is these days with this, and like, I don't know. So I don't want to be like the odd man out. Micah could be the odd man out. I don't give a fuck. The second thing is that I've got 2 custom-made suits made in the last few years that each cost thousands of dollars, that both of them each cost thousands of dollars. I have 2 pairs of custom-made shoes that are really expensive, and these belts and all these things, and I have to wear them. The price must be amortized at some point, right? So that's the second part of it. The third part is that I feel like it would be a great opportunity for me to get some new suited up pictures that could potentially be used for thumbnails and all the rest. And I know Dustin is interested. Custom made shoes, please show. Okay, hold on a sec. So this is one pair of custom shoes. These are the ones I wore at my wedding, and I wear these with my blue suit. That's right. And then this is the black custom shoe that I got made. Same company. So put the suit on. That's too much. I did put the suit on the other day. We went out for dinner for Micah's birthday. But no. So but yeah, those are the shoes. So, you know, I like them. I wanted to do, you know, the thing for me is I don't really buy anything or spend money on anything. Like occasionally I'll buy something, do something ornate or big or whatever. And that was one of the things with the suits where I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this. Like I'm sick of buying off the shelf suits. Like I just want, so for my wedding, I was like, I'm going to get a totally custom made suit. The like fine Italian wool. It was expensive, but it felt good to do it because I've never done anything like that before. But when I went to this place, which is in Richmond, I'll actually bring up the, I'll show you guys the place. It's really, really nice. I highly recommend it if you're in the area. Let's see. Is this it? No, that doesn't seem like it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so this is the place that let's see. There we go. This is the place that I got my stuff made. And they do a really, really great job of, I even got like custom belts and stuff like that. But all right, so the dude that did my maybe I might be in the gallery somewhere. Let's see. No, not in there. But really, really not really friendly people, business, you know, local business, family-owned business, really, really friendly people. But when the dude, so I was like, this is my thing, right? Like, this is gonna be my one thing where I'm gonna like do this. I'm gonna do this once. And the dude, when he put my suit together, was like, you will have a hard time buying off the shelf again after you have this experience of this thing fitting you. Like, I even discovered when they were measuring me that I think my right arm is a half an inch longer than my left arm because I broke my collarbone when I was a kid, and it did, you know, it healed fine, but like, so like little things like that where like the shirts are measured towards that and all the rest. And so I didn't think much of it. And then I needed another suit, like a black suit for a funeral that we knew we had to go to. And the reason we knew we had to go to it is because Micah's grandmother passed away. But if you're from the north, you know that they can't bury you in the winter. It's too cold to bury, like to dig. So, you know, the person dies, they do a ceremony or whatever, but then you like go for the actual like funeral and stuff and everything in the spring. So I went and got another one made. And I think that's probably enough now, but I feel like I need to wear them to amortize the cost of them. And also, like, while the going's good, right? I imagine, I mean, they can fix, you know, they can refit them and stuff, but it's to a degree, but I fit in them right now. So the going is good. And yeah, so that's basically it. So I mean, when I say rarely do that kind of stuff, I never do that kind of stuff. I wear literally the same fucking shirts from college. I wear, like, my underwear disintegrate off of my body. I don't really like buying things. I just don't, it's funny because I don't really want anything. I think people have this, and it's reasonable enough, I'm not judging you, but this notion of they want to make a lot of money and then they want to like live this ornate life of all, and I'm like, I really just want to, my aspiration is upper, like I've achieved my aspiration. I'm upper middle class. I live in an upper middle class neighborhood. I live well below my means and I'm totally happy with it. I don't want much more. So doing something nice for myself every once in a while was pretty fun. All right. And honestly, I should do more for myself. I don't do nearly enough for myself, actually. I don't enjoy my life as much as I probably should. Downside Wave says, how much money did you spend on that pool lining? LOL. I think that was $8,000 or something like that. But it had to be done. You know, the hardscaping was way more expensive. But again, I'm able to do things like that because I'm not a specious fucking spender of money. I just don't want anything. So when the big thing comes up, I'm able to do it occasionally. You know, but whatever. Bench Frog wrote in and said, how confident are you that PS6 will launch in 2027? I'm skipping the PS5 Pro for cost's sake. I just don't know if I have the strength to wait till 2028. Some games are looking rough on base PS5. How confident am I? I am 50% confident. I think it either comes out fall 27 or spring 28. I think those are the two options. So yeah, it's a good question. I have no feel on it because I don't know if anyone really knows. It is generally well accepted that they will manufacture next spring and summer, and therefore you just have to decide where, if they want to store them for a while and ship them later. I don't really know what you get out of releasing in 28. I think if they released in 28, it was because things aren't ready to go yet. Fall 27, I don't want to say it seems safe, but that's certainly where the window will begin. Halcyon says you're going to lose it all on end-of-life care anyway. I'll probably be long dead before I even have end-of-life care, to be fair. Pedro Garcia wrote in and said, hope you are well. Dude, I got the Power Washer Simulator Platinum. Now I want to get Part 2's Platinum. I noticed it's much easier to attain. How do you feel about easy Platinums? Example, Spider-Man, Telltale. I don't mind Platinums that just require you to do everything in the game. And that was what Spider-Man was kind of like. I don't consider Spider-Man and Telltale to be similar because the Telltale Platinum Trophy is unavoidable in a Telltale game. Like, you cannot avoid getting it. If you beat the game, you get the Platinum Trophy. There's something cool about that. I don't mind that. And they were really one of the first to pioneer doing that. Spider-Man's a little different because you still have to do all the side quests. You have to upgrade your suits completely. You have to do all this stuff that you really don't have to see. It's easy and understandable to get, but it is not as straightforward as something like Telltale, wherein it simply can't be avoided. So. Tyler Main wrote in and said, Colin, tell us about your fantasy football draft day rituals. What's the day look like? Who do you draft? Also, Locke would be the perfect Justin Graver. Justin Graver is the producer of Heed the Call. And I agree. I don't really have a ritual. I'm in 2 leagues. I'm in like a family league, and then I'm in a very serious league with my uncle and his friends. That I've been in the serious league with my uncle and his friends. I think this is my 13th or 14th year with them. They've been playing together since the 90s. And one of them left, or actually I think one of them passed away, and that's how I got into the league. And then the family league's like a little more flip. So, but it's nowhere near time drafting yet, as I'm sure you know. So, we'll probably draft. Well, there's a Wednesday game, I think, actually starting the season this year, which is weird. So I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's true. So in the serious league, we will draft Tuesday night, the night before. In the family league, we'll probably draft that weekend before. And I really don't have any rituals. I don't, especially with the family league, I don't take it very seriously. I mean, I enjoy it, but I'm not like thinking too deeply about it. And it's funny, in my uncle's league, they're so crazy and so serious that like I know I'm not going to win. So it's like I want to just hang out with my uncle and bond with him and stuff like that. So it's not even really like I'm horrible compared to some of these guys. But so no rituals. I'm looking forward to it though. What I like about fantasy sports is it gives you a reason to kind of engage in things you otherwise wouldn't necessarily engage in. But I really do miss, and this is kind of an old person, like an unk in quotes thing to say, but I do miss the days of fantasy sports being done by hand. I know that's crazy, but that's how I started playing when I was a kid with my friends, specifically fantasy baseball. We would play over the summer, pick our teams, and then we would pore over the box scores in Newsday, the Long Island's newspaper, and do it all by hand. And I really enjoyed that. Like, I enjoyed the statistical process. It's very similar to before the NHL and Madden games on SNES started putting batteries in the cartridges and saving seasons. People might remember like NHL 93, 94, 95. They didn't have any in-game season or statistical tracking or whatever, and I used to do it by hand with all of the games I played. So like I would play a game, and then I would go into like the stats at the end of the game and record them on like a piece of paper that I would like erase, and then every 10 games or so I would like scrap the piece of paper and make it so it was nicer. And I would use there was this weird feature. I don't know why they did this, but it was like vital to this. If you pause the game in like NHL 94, 95, you can go to out of town scores, and it would just be a random assortment of made up games. And then I would use those as the other scores that happened around the league. And then I would keep these standings by hand. It was fucking crazy. Like I don't, it's so funny. Like I'm like, what am I doing? But that's how I spent my childhood. T. Connor wrote in and said, I agree on Pragmata Game of the Year, but would like to see Pearl Abyss get some recognition on Crimson Desert support at award season. It's been impressive. I have not played Crimson Desert. It doesn't really intrigue me for some reason. I don't know. It did before like I got to know more about it, like coming up to release, but I don't think I'll ever get to it. I am glad I didn't play it immediately though, and that I hear that it's been greatly improved in some ways. So it's like maybe a long-term game for me. I'm glad that people really enjoy it. And I'm sure it'll get some recognition. It was widely liked. It's just not a game I really I played. Awesome Tatum says, LOL, so I geek out on stats. I spend hours looking at stats and trying to get milestone stats versus winning games on Madden. There's just something about sports statistics I love too, like, and standings. Like, I just go look at like random league standings. Like, I'll be watching ESPN2 or something, and there'll be like a lacrosse game on, and I'm like, what's going on in this lacrosse league? And then I'll go and look at the standings and the stats. I think a lot of it comes from, I bring this game up pretty often because it is so fucking good, and it was so special to me growing up, which is a game called Baseball Stars. I don't know if people are familiar with it. Let's see if we can find some gameplay. And this was an NES game that was so substantially ahead of its time that it's almost unbelievable. Like it is like truly unbelievable how ahead of its time it is. There will be no sound, but let's see if we can get in here and show you some of what's going on. Is this just going to be all gameplay? Because there's this whole, let me see if I can find a better video. There's this whole idea of why Baseball Stars is so great. Maybe this video will show it. Yeah, so this shows it a lot better. So like you made your own. This is a game from the late 80s. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, they were lapping EA before EA was even making sports games. And you would like make your strength of your team, and there would be like oops, I didn't mean to do that. Salary cap stuff. Let's see. So like you select your logo and you enter your team name and you hire players and managers and you pay them. Like this was so crazy ahead of its time, dude. I'm wondering if they show any more of the too much editing. Yeah, too much editing for me to really see it. But anyway, that game I think really sparked something in me as a kid, and ironically, I still think it's like one of the great sports games of all time. It's certainly the best sports game on NES. I will say that. But man, Baseball Stars is so good, and there was a sequel too. And actually, I think Neo Geo had an even, because it's an SNK game, it even had a better version of it than that. Let's see. The Connexionalist. I don't know. Hey, Colin, it's Matt, the pastor who came on Fireside Chats many, many years ago in the before times. I saw the stream and I'm glad you seem well. Thank you. Good to hear from you. Fireside Chats was a long time ago, wasn't it? Darth Seth says Tecmo Bowl would like a word with you. I like Tecmo Bowl a lot. Tecmo Bowl is highly playable. There are a few really good sports games on. Blades of Steel is obviously classic. RBI Baseball is pretty good, but nothing touches the depth of Baseball Stars. Like nothing even close to that, in my opinion. But Tecmo Bowl is great game. Bruce wrote in and said, being you're a fellow aficionado of public freakout videos, I recommend you go down the airport body cam video rabbit hole, endless entertainment. Dude, I've seen many of these, and I love body cam videos. The funny thing about body cams is they were meant to catch cops doing bad things to people, which they sometimes do. But 99 out of 100 times, it's actually showing everyone how fucking insane a cop's life is and the bullshit they have to deal with and the complete and utter degeneracy of so many people out there, which is awesome. So I love that. Nothing put a clearer picture of what cops actually go through than body cams. And again, they were not for the cops' protection. They were for the protection of the people that were being arrested and all that. And yeah, Kisaw says it backfired. Yeah. Yeah, it did. It's awesome. So I love it. I love body cam videos. I watch body cam videos, not just airport, but just body cam videos generally. I'm a big fan of just watching uncut body cam videos, uncut depositions, uncut interrogations. Like, I love that shit. And you just realize there are so many fucking losers out there that like are degenerate morons, have no idea, like don't belong in society. We are way, 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 way too nice to criminals. Way too patient, way too forgiving. I really used to think that we had too many people in prison. Like that was a big thing for me for a long time. It was like prison reform and all that. And then you see things like this and I'm like, I don't think enough people are in prison. Like we have such antisocial behavior going on in the United States that like these people should just be removed from society forever, regardless. It's just so funny to me because everyone's like, oh, well, what if you found, you wouldn't want a forgiveness and all that. So, interestingly, I've never found myself in any of these situations. I wonder how that could be. It's so funny. It's like you just get all of our problems are in the society are basically catered towards like 5% of the population. Recidivism is a huge deal. Like you just put we should just put 5% of society in prison permanently, and we would live in fucking utopia. Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. We get everyone together, all 330 million of us, and it's like, all right, the 5% worse of you, who are you? Who are the 15 million-ish people we can just disappear? And then we figure that out, and then we're good. I don't commit crimes. Never even got a ticket. Prison on the Moon when, says me without Mew. There was that show, Colony, that actually got canceled. I really liked it. It was on for a few seasons on USA. It was about like an alien invasion of Earth, but what was really cool about it was there were like humans that were helping the aliens. Like there were collaborators with the aliens. And they had a prison on the moon, I think, in that show. Let's see. Prison Mike says that the MLB is going to implement a salary cap. There also needs to be a salary floor. Pirates, Reds, and Rockies owners don't spend anything and just pocket. Agreed. 100%. There must be a floor and there must be a ceiling. 100% agree. Jay Plays Casual says, hey, Colin, do you think PS6 will sell well? In my opinion, I think Sony is propped up by whale spenders in Call of Duty, sports games, etc. But realistically, how long can they last? I think it'll do well in the beginning. I think the mid to long term of the console is going to be a little bit more concerning for it. But I don't. It's hard to say. I think someone wrote in about this last week, and it was quite useful on Sacred Symbols, where they were like, it's kind of unfair to even kind of prognosticate too deeply because we don't even really know what it is. We do know what it is, but they haven't acknowledged or seen it. Like, let's couch the conversation if we can. We won't, but let's try until we actually know more about it. Pat Moses says, and you have a history degree? So childish. I do. From a school better than one you would ever enter in your entire life. Seethe. Only kidding. The Prince of Duval wrote in and said, protect Jaffe behind the paywall as a regular and let Monday streams be Let's Plays of whatever part of the game you're into at that point in time. Let's let it be whatever I want it to be. Doesn't that make you a little, you know, you have a little too much control, right? Let me do it. I'm sick of these fucking... Hey, Colin, we are doing roof replacement quotes in your neighborhood. If you have any damage, can I give you a call? Should we talk to him? No, we're not going to do that. Like, where are these guys getting my phone numbers? Or I don't have multiple numbers. Where are these guys getting my phone number? Because I get texts like this every once in a while, like, oh, we're in the neighborhood spraying for bugs, or we're in the neighborhood, like arborists, like taking down some trees. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm on the internet. If I need your help, I'll let you know. You know what I mean? They might get it from the AOA Optimus. He says, do they get it from the HOA? I was talking about this with someone recently. The people hate HOAs. And I got to be perfectly honest with you. I've had no problem with my HOA at all. And I have no neighbors that have had a problem with our HOA at all. Like, I like my HOA. They send useful emails. You know, all the rest. Like, I'm sure. Listen, I am positive that people have bad experiences with their HOAs. No doubt. And I'm sure there are, you see videos of like HOAs that are horrible. I think one of the reasons is that our HOA is good is because it's one of those corporate HOAs. You know, like one of those management companies, basically, that like, I think they're even located in like Georgia or something. So they have like, you know, a couple people here, probably in some office. But in my neighborhood, and I live in a huge neighborhood, like I would assume there are, I don't even know, man, like hundreds of houses. Works out pretty well for me. We pay, I think, $1,200 a year. And why I really don't mind it too much is it incorporates our garbage, which I appreciate, and recycling. So that's nice. And then I guess it's kind of the promise that if you have like if some neighbor is not taking care, like I live in a nice neighborhood, people take care of their shit, generally speaking. There are a few people with like that are kind of letting things go a little bit, but I'm not going to report them to the HOA. I don't give a fuck about it. Like, it doesn't affect me. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not a snitch. But it's cool to know that there's like a mechanism by which you don't have to have like this aggressive, fucking really unfortunate relationship with a neighbor if they're not doing something or whatever. You can kind of just like, oh, like they don't mow their lawn or do this and that. I don't give a fuck. But I know that there are other people that do care a lot about that. But I've lived here for like 7 years almost. And, right, 7 years. I guess I'm in my 7th year. And, yeah, I've had no issues. The one thing that bothers me, though, is that, like, you can't... There are rules that bother me. Like, you can't have privacy fences in my neighborhood. And that's kind of annoying. Where I grew up on Long Island, everyone had privacy fences. And I understand you don't want to, you want to have like the open floor concept and like have sight lines that makes the neighborhood look nice and big and you can see all the nice flora and fauna. I don't know. But that's like annoying. And you have to like get permission to like do certain things. Like I had to get their permission to build my pool, for instance, and I had to pay them like a few $100s to like do this architectural thing, or I don't know what the fuck. But like other than that, it's been fine. It's been fine. You know? And the privacy fence thing was annoying at first, but what you realize like now that the neighborhood's getting older or whatever is like I have like hedgerows and all sorts of things. So that's what they wanted you to do. And I understand that. It's like they want you to like do the hard work of beautifying the space, and so everyone has these beautiful bushes and hedgerows and all those. I get it. But like I would like a little bit more I would like a little less exposure, but I don't really have exposure anymore because all my plants have grown in and I have like these hedgerows. I have these huge towering arborvitaes and all that. It looks good. So they were kind of right, you know, but it is annoying. And I would like the freedom to do what I want, because then I would put up Castlevania style iron gates. Speaking of Castlevania, Saint Slayer, physical games. You guys want to see something? I'm going to show you just a little tease of it. This is an exclusive. I have to find it. Let's see here. I think I can show you guys this. You know what? I won't show you this because I don't know if I can show you this. I'll show you what I know I can show you. Hold on. Because I might be NDA'd on the other thing. Let's see. Can I do this? Yeah. What do you guys think of this? I mean, you like physical editions so much. You love your physical editions. Soon enough, my friends. Soon enough. Marky Mark, it is not a game key card, and you can't have that. So, little secret about the box art. And this is just a little exclusive for us here. Dig into this, obviously. And he did the instruction manual and everything, too. It all looks great. But this painting is a real painting. It's by his wife. Yeah. So, pretty fun. So we'll have that for you soon. We're finalizing everything. I don't know if the box will look exactly like that, but Glurger says it looks like Castlevania box art. I'm surprised you noticed. Because it's subtle. But I'm glad that nothing gets by you. Okay. Mr. K wrote in and said, "It's my birthday. Here's $5." By the way, you know Nolan movies aren't like Yakuza games, right? You can watch Odyssey without having seen the last few movies. I know, I'm just weird. Do you have any idea how deeply autistic I am? I think sometimes it's lost on people. Like, I don't know why I'm the way I am. I don't know. I don't know why I'm the way I am. I have theories. Some better than others. I'm just high functioning. In a way. To a degree. To a degree. But I like order. And I've always kind of been like that. I'm very... People throw around these terms, these like psychological terms. I don't know. I'm very persnickety. And I like doing things from the beginning. I like knowing as much as I can know and being as experienced as much as I can experience leaning into the thing that I can. Because I feel like you're shortchanging yourself if you don't do it that way. And by the way, I'm not saying this with Nolan. Of course you're right with that. And of course I can go see the Odyssey. The thing about that I don't want to see the Odyssey is that I don't fucking care. That's something that people can't get through their heads. Like, I don't give a shit about the Odyssey. So I'm not interested in it at all. I could care ancient history in quotes, and I know it's not history, but it's Homer or whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Rome, it's like, oh my God. It's the Trojan horse. It's like, oh my God. Gives a fuck. It's Poseidon. He's coming out of the Mediterranean. We thought we were going home, but it's going to take 10 years. I'm like, I don't care. Teach their own. I don't like ancient anything, really. There's not, it's like, whatever, man. I don't give a fuck. But teach their own. I'm glad everyone's enjoying it. I still got to see Tenet. That's the one that I really do want to see. And I know everyone doesn't like that one, but I know it's about World War III, I think, and so that sounds interesting to me. So we'll get there at some point. Oh, Pistol says you'd like Tenet and you haven't seen that yet. Yeah, let's get to that at some point. Let's say we'll get there in like 10 years. And I'll watch Tenet probably in the next 10 years. We'll track it and we'll chronicle that as time goes on, but Oppenheimer, yeah, so Noah says Oppenheimer is literally up your alley. It's not literally up my alley. Although I understand what you mean. I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm only joking. The thing about Oppenheimer, I think Dustin and I had a conversation about this, is like, I know this story. Like I know people know Odyssey and they want to see it or whatever. I don't read Homer. I don't give a fuck about that. But it's like Oppenheimer was never very interesting to me because I'm like, this is not news to me. Like, I don't know what you want me to. I know. Yeah. But yeah, I will watch Oppenheimer one day. I'm gonna watch it on my PSP. Let's see. S. John Louse. John Louse? There's a man screaming at a TV in a $300 sports jersey as a diehard fan. So why is that same brand loyalty in gaming labeled immature? Colin, where does this hypocrisy against console loyalty come from? I don't know. Sports are different because they're inherently competitive. So you choose a winner as opposed to a consumer brand in which you default to it. There are a bunch of brands I like. That was one of the things when we were still doing Constellation, I had an idea of doing a topic about the brands that you're loyal to that you don't even really consider. But that I was thinking like Head and Shoulders. Like, I just really like shampoo conditioners together. It's just easier for me. It makes my scalp nice and soft. And I just 20 something years ago, I'm like, I'm just going to use Head and Shoulders. And then I just never went back. I don't even think about it. I don't need it, but I might not need it because I don't have flakes because I use it. I have no idea. But it's like something like that. Or like I use Irish Spring body wash, and I used to use Irish Spring like soap bars. I like Dial like orange dial hand soap. I eat Hellman's mayonnaise. You know, that kind of thing. And I think that like that consuming a video game generally, I think is looked at more along the lines of those consumer products than that you might not even think about, as opposed to sports, which are inherently competitive against these different entities. Now, Xbox and Nintendo and PlayStation are competing with each other, but it's not this regular thing where there's a 16-game season or 17-game season now in NFL and all the rest. So I think it's just different. But I understand what you're saying. I was molded by the console war. The original console war. I still have a visceral hatred of Sega for some reason. And not really. I mean, I don't hate them as a publisher, but like their hardware, like I'm like, ugh. With the exception of the Dreamcast. Mob Man says, Colin, those are preferences, not brand loyalty. No, I mean, they're both. That's the whole point. So I don't mind people console warring. That doesn't bother me. I think some people think I'm a console warrior, which I'm really not. I was one for Nintendo a long time ago. 100%. 1000% was I a console warrior for Nintendo. Believe you me. But, and I've always loved PlayStation. I've been playing on PlayStation since the beginning. But like my fanboyism, it's funny, like I was such a Nintendo fanboy, and really I still kind of am, just old Nintendo things, where like there are no criticisms of NES and SNES for me, really. You can't criticize Mario 3 or Super Mario World or Link to the Past or even Zelda 1 and 2 or Kid Icarus or Metroid or well, you can criticize Super Metroid. I don't really like Super Metroid, to be honest. It's like, that's the shit. And if you don't connect with those games, I don't even understand you. So I get it, because I still have that deep well of partisanship, of partisan love for Nintendo. And I still see like Master System and Genesis sometimes, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what are you guys doing? So to each their own. If you want to be passionate about it, be passionate about it. As I became an adult and then I started covering PlayStation professionally, and that's where I really started to focus the last 20 years, it's like, I love PlayStation. And I think PlayStation's a really great brand. And I think they do a lot of really great stuff. And they've made some of my favorite games of all time. And some of my favorite consoles. The NES will always be my favorite console, always. It's never, ever, there's really nothing that will surpass the NES to me. But then after that, you start really getting into some of the PlayStation stuff. And I say that PS3 or PS4 would probably be my favorite consoles of all time. And if PS4 is, or of my PlayStation consoles, and if PS4 would be my favorite console, then PS5 naturally would be your favorite console, because it is a PS4. But I don't feel... My honest answer is that, like, I don't feel the affinity for them that I felt for Nintendo back in the day. I think it's probably because I'm just not a child. And PlayStation came out when I was in middle school, and I really loved it, and I had a great time with it. It was my role-playing game machine. It was my primary machine in the N64 era, I would say. GameCube was really my primary machine in the PS2 era, but I had a PS2 from launch. Everyone knows these stories that I've told many times. But I don't think anything will ever shape my life the way Nintendo shaped my life as a consumer brand. And I don't think I'll ever feel about PlayStation the way I felt about Nintendo. I root for PlayStation. I want them to do well. I think it's important that they do well for, you know, the environment, the ecosystem that we play in and all the rest. But I am far more critical of them than I ever was of Nintendo until the Wii era, where they really started to lose me. So yeah, I mean, console war away. I just think sometimes people try to draft me into their console wars or assume that I am a console warrior, and I don't really know how you can get that out of my content. That's the thing that I think kind of confuses me a little bit. It's like someone was arguing with me on Twitter about, like, yo, you want exclusives and stuff. And I'm like, what are you talking about? When have I ever advocated for exclusives? What are you saying? Like, people just make assumptions. I'm like, friend, I was asking Sony to put day and date games on PC and Switch. I think you're talking to the alternate universe version of Colin. Austin O'Brien says, what made you switch to Sony? Again, I don't think it's genuine for me to pretend that it was a switch to Sony, because I was with Sony since 95. We had a PS1. I had a PS2 launch. Loved them. But they were like also consoles. You know, like I played, especially PS1. I was obsessed with the PS1, and I played it a lot more than the N64. But Nintendo was still like my focus. I still had the Game Boy at the time, and then the Game Boy Advance, and Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. I think that, like, I didn't switch because I was there. I was already on. By the time I like left Nintendo, I was already on PlayStation for more than 10 years. I think what happened was not that I switched. It's that Nintendo lost me. Like, they just didn't speak to me anymore. And I thought that the Wii was the Wii was like offensive at some point for me, where I was like, what is this? Because the GameCube, I understand the GameCube was a failure. I mean, really. But I loved it. And there was something about the intermingling of the PS2 and the GameCube, and even the Dreamcast a little bit, but that was very early in the PS2's life cycle, and the Dreamcast was dead before the GameCube even came to market. But there was something that married between those consoles that made a lot of sense. But like, the Wii came out, and I was like, this is just not what I want. I don't know what this is. Like, it felt like the HD twins. I think a big thing for me was PS3 and 360 were doing things that were just so much more impressive and interesting to me. And Nintendo wasn't doing anything with that stuff. There were good games early on. Like, of course, Metroid Prime 3 was great. I really liked the Capcom game Zack and Wiki a lot. There was good stuff. We were all excited about Red Steel. That didn't, I'm also not a Twilight Princess guy. I just don't like that game. So I think the brand just stopped speaking to me. But even then, when I abandoned the Wii, I was still on DS. And they didn't really lose me in the handheld space until 3DS, which I also hated. The 3D gimmick on 3DS is the fucking stupidest, the lamest thing. I remember playing that thing, especially alongside the Vita. I'm like, this feels like a toy. And so at that point, they just lost me. Now, it's actually interesting to get into. There's kind of a mirror here to the physical game conversation, ironically, in that I've articulated this a little bit, but I think part of what PlayStation's, like the physical games people are freaking out about, is obviously losing access to the thing they like. But there's an underlying thing in which there has to be an understanding that they're not really Sony's core customer anymore. Doesn't mean that they can't buy games from PlayStation or enjoy it or be there, but there's an understanding, I think, that you don't really matter the way you used to. And I think with Nintendo, I came to the realization that I'm not their guy anymore. And maybe it's me that changed, and maybe it's them that changed, and maybe it's both of those things that are true. But there is a certain myopia to this idea that a company must always cater to the static version of the customer that once existed. And I think that I came to appreciate the fact that Nintendo wasn't for me anymore. And the times that I've tried to kind of go back a little bit, I didn't really like it. Like, I think the Switch is a really cool machine. But I remember when I got one at launch in 2017 and I played Breath of the Wild, I'm like, I don't remember what this is. Not even Zelda. Like to me, that is so unrecognizably, and that's not a Zelda game. And I was like, what is this? And then later in that year, it's the last time I bought a Switch game. I bought Odyssey, and I'm like, this is just the same shit over and over. Like, what is this? And but like, you can't argue with the results of Switch, with Odyssey's sales, with Zelda's resurgence, more relevant than ever. Not for me. It's not for me. It doesn't mean that it's wrong or bad necessarily. It's just not for me. And there is a parallel there with the physical games audience where it's like, yeah, this doesn't really ride through you anymore. By the way, doesn't ride through me either. The reason that I think I accept this a lot better than I think a lot of people are with PlayStation especially is I've known this about PlayStation since the early PS4 generation. That like I'm not the guy anymore. There was a time where my purchasing behavior in a wave of similar purchasing behavior dictated the course of things like PlayStation. But my purchasing behavior is not dictating anything because my purchasing behavior is not in the plurality at all. Not even close. Now, it could be different. If people out there bought the amount of games that I buy every year, maybe things will look a lot different for us, but they don't. And that's fine. Sony is interested in us still. They want us still, obviously. But you can just tell that it's not really about us anymore. That's obvious. It's obvious in the releases. It's obvious in the strategy. It's obvious. It's obvious in a lot of ways. And I think that like I'm comfortable with that because I still feel like I have a place. You know, I keep using the reference of like like a federalized, decentralized group of city states, but there used to be like 5 of them where it's like, oh, it's the role-playing game guys and it's like the first party guys and the FPS guys, but now like whatever, however you'd want, you know, just as an example. And then now it's like there's 1,000 of them and none of them really have any power over the other anymore, with the exception of the parts of the audience that I think the core audience, like people like us, most denigrate, but I don't really understand that because I think that it's because of those ball and gun gamers and all the rest that people say. It's like that's the reason anything even exists at this point. Because as you saw with Saros, which I liked, and I love Housemarque. They're one of my favorites too. I mean, anyone who's listened to me for years knows I've been up Housemarque's ass for a long time, long before they were relevant at all. So they're a studio near and dear to my heart. But clearly that kind of stuff's not moving the needle for Sony. Because and it's almost certain that they lost money on that game. And it's because people have interests that lie elsewhere. It's so decentralized in a way that you can't even imagine it. People are doing things on PlayStation Network that I have no insight into outside of the statistics that they release every month, where it's like, oh, everyone's obsessed with these 5 games. You don't play them, but that's what everyone else is playing. It's like, oh, okay. I'm sitting here playing Front Mission, and Sony's like, all right, I mean, you can do that. But you know what I mean? That's why when I tweeted out this weekend that, like, exclusives are nice. They're good to have. They don't really mean anything these days compared to what I think they used to mean and used to represent, because people aren't really engaging with them like that anymore. And I mean, even Ghost of Yotei, I thought Ghost of Yotei was excellent. That reached what, 5% of the audience of PlayStation? Rebuild says, tell that to Nintendo. I think people have to keep in mind that Nintendo is a unique company that relies on itself, and it does so with the sake of growth in a different sort of way. PlayStation grosses twice as much money as Nintendo. Now, Nintendo is a more efficient company, and I was looking at the financials recently. I think Nintendo's net profit was, like, last fiscal year was like 2.3 billion, and I think Sony's was close to 3 billion. So Sony's making more money and making more profit, but not as efficiently. So Nintendo's the only version of themselves. They're kind of a unique I mean, it's a compliment. They are a unique thing. They make games and they'll sell 20 or 30 or 40 million copies of them. But they don't churn third-party games the way that the others do. Like, even Xbox, like, to put it into context, even Xbox makes more money than Nintendo. So, like, what's funny is that I was actually thinking about this weekend, is so PlayStation was founded out of obviously a bad relationship between Sony and NES in the early 90s, or Nintendo in the early 90s, and what happened at CES in 91. And what's funny is that they actually have the Sony's strengths are Nintendo's weaknesses, and Nintendo's strengths are Sony's weaknesses. And actually, if they this would never happen. There's a million reasons why this never could, should, or would happen. But just, throwing it into the ether, it's like them getting back together again would buttress their entire situation. They would have basically no weaknesses. But that's not the market. But it is interesting to think about that sometimes, where it's like Nintendo games on PlayStation hardware running Nintendo games, and like this entire and PlayStation's dominance in third party, and PlayStation's dominance in games as a service, Nintendo's dominance in first party, Nintendo's dominance in quality and brand loyalty, and all those kinds of things. It would be very, very interesting. I mean, of course, that's just a total ridiculous hypothetical, but fun to think about nonetheless. Colin Fouts wrote in and said, fellow Colin spelled correctly. When are we going to give Horizon Forbidden West the respect it deserves? In my opinion, the best open world on PS5 gen hate is so forced. I agree with the hate being so forced thing. Forbidden West is exceptional. The Horizon hate is forced and weird. I don't think Sony does itself necessarily any favors by relying too much on this franchise in other ways. So, like, of course, the VR game, the Lego game, there's the NCSoft MMO, Hunter's Gathering, and of course, there's going to be a third Horizon game. Obviously, if you played Horizon Forbidden West, you know that. So, and plus, there's going to be the TV show kind of got canned, but now there's like new murmurings of whatever. So, I unapologetically love Horizon. I think Horizon's fucking awesome. I like Aloy. I like the world. I like the robot dinosaurs. The story is super good, in my opinion. What the game was about, like the original Horizon, and then what Horizon ends up being about by the end of the second game is radically different. And I remember being kind of blown. It's, you don't want to overstate it, but like Forbidden West was like, the story was fucking awesome. Where I was like, what? Like, this is what it's about? This is dope. I'm really into Horizon. So I'm personally, I'll probably try Hunter's Gathering just because I like the Horizon series. It's like I platinumed Lego Horizon. It's not a good game. And I never beat the PSVR game. I just thought it was kind of weird. It was like an ornate Link's crossbow training, basically. And I liked Link's crossbow training. But I remember I actually got like the controller. I think you had to get it to get the game, if I recall. But Horizon's story is really, really good. You never really hear anyone criticize that, because I wonder, the people that hate Horizon in quotes. They don't even know what the game's about. So it reminds me a lot of like, when people make fun of, like, what's a good example? Like Ayn Rand, like Atlas Shrugged. You hear a lot of people make fun of that book or whatever, and then like all you have to do is be like, oh, what's it about? You don't know what it's about because you didn't read it. You have no idea. You're just regurgitating the things you've heard other people say about it. Should be very easy for you to tell me what it's about. It's incredibly easy to tell me what it's about. But Horizon, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for Horizon. It seems like there is a massive disconnect between its sales and its critical reception and the way general audiences talk about it. And I don't know if that needle can be threaded in perpetuity, but I think that they can at least get through the trilogy and leave it alone. And that would be what I would have hoped the entire time. But it's clear that they want more out of it than that. And the Horizon MMO Steel Frontier, or whatever the fuck it's called, that's going to be running on Purple, and it's not even going to be on PlayStation, which is bizarre. That to me is a play for like the Southeast, or not even the Korean, Chinese audience. Like, I don't even think that's really for us. It'll be available to us, but I don't even like if it's not on PlayStation. I don't think, which is again weird. It's weird that Sony would make anything that wasn't on PlayStation. I actually feel that way about Ranger Rumble, the new Ratchet and Clank mobile game. It's like, cool, make mobile games. I think you should make mobile games, but your game should be on PlayStation. Like, everything you do should be on PlayStation. It's what we were saying earlier about Sacred Symbols recently about Um, about oh oh yeah. Are you here? Yeah, you can do that. Thank you. Um, what was I saying? Remind me what I was saying. Ranger Rumble, right? Thank you, Optimus. It's weird that. Oh, that's where I was getting to with so Ranger Rumble, and then we were talking recently on Sacred Symbols about Aniplex, which is a brand Sony owns outright, and then they produce Kodaka Kaza's or whatever that guy's name is, the Danganronpa guy's new game, and then they don't put it on PlayStation. It's like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you guys doing? Sorry, I didn't see your text. I didn't even know you were back. Oh, thank you. I covered it with. Oh yeah, Micah put a black lady over the address. See. That's not Aunt Jemima. Not every black woman is Aunt Jemima. Can't say that. She kind of looks like Aunt Jemima. There's no doubt about that. Oh, yeah. Saint Slayer vinyl. I'll take it out of the plastic here. Oh, I can probably get rid of this in the meantime. We're doing a little unboxing. I used to do a lot of unboxings when I was a journalist. Because I used to cover all the PlayStation role-playing games and stuff, and, you know, a lot of those would get their special editions. I remember the Ni no Kuni special edition. I actually have that unopened still somewhere. Sorry, I'm just trying to be careful with the plastic. I don't want to fuck the box up. There we go. You can see it probably a little bit better now. Record. Vinyl record. Is there anything inside? Yeah, there is. I know there is. I don't know why I'm saying that. All right, let's see. So you get like a little sheet here with all the stages and then where all the treasures and stuff are in the game. And then yeah, it's like in a little thing like this. And then I know people get offended when I touch the vinyl, but I'm not going to play it anyway because I don't have a record player. Here's what it looks like. There's Pacer, my invention. Where did I come up with that name? I have no idea, by the way. All right. No, I don't have a record player, Halcyon. I've never owned my own record player. I have no interest in vinyl, but it's cool that other people do. I find vinyl incredibly cumbersome, if I'm being honest. Like I do not understand why anyone would want to. I mean, I understand the quality, obviously, argument, but I know a few people in my life that are big vinyl collectors, and I'll have to send this to. Well, no, you know what? I'll keep this. Actually, I was going to say I'll send it to one of them, but why would I do that? I'll keep it. Actually, I have the test printing right here, so maybe I don't need to. Maybe I don't need to keep it. Early Zoomer says, bro is rage baiting so hard. No, I'm not. I'm telling you, I don't care about vinyl. Why is that rage baiting? Like, why can't a person have an opinion? I think I can have my own opinions on music. I'm a musician. I can have some opinion on music. I'd rather just listen to digital music. Carlos Enrique Sierra says, Justin EXP, let's do a Symbolos Sagrados for the Latin American market, and then get Colin to buy us as a regional company. Anyway, Colin, what do you think of the report of Halo only having 1% of the PlayStation user base? Isn't 1% good? Isn't 1% goof is what you said, but I know what you meant. I don't believe that it's 1% of the user base. Like, 1% of active users? Yeah, I mean, if that was true, that means it would have sold about 1.2 million copies, which to me seems reasonable enough. It's fucking Halo 1. I mean, I do think there's a novelty factor to it, and I think it's a really good game. I said earlier in the stream, I'm really enjoying it. And I beat it. I'm already on my second playthrough, but I'm getting all the skulls and the terminals and whatnot. And I love how obscure, like, I didn't find a single skull in my playthrough. And I remember saying that when I played Halo 1 again for the first time for Knockback. I played it when I was younger on Xbox, but I hadn't played it in many years. So I played it on Master Chief Collection in probably 22 or 23 for Knockback, and I didn't find a single skull. And I'm like, these things are just well hidden. Not that I was really looking for them actively. But then I realized, when I've been looking for them, that they really aren't, there's nothing about them that you would even notice. No, if 1% of the user base is good, that means there's 1.2 million copies sold. I'll tell you right now, it probably sold a lot better on PlayStation than it did on Xbox. It also probably sold better on PlayStation than it did on PC. So I wonder, like, I saw that Sony's fucking back end is so wonky anyway, who knows what's true and what's not, but like, it was the best selling game on PlayStation for a few days. But again, that could still be 1%, and that would still be over 1 million units. So I don't know. There's this idea that this will be the last Halo game on PlayStation, and I want to put like my hand on the shoulder meme guy, and I'm like, I don't think so. Because, by the way, first of all, they said literally, let's just do some Socratic logic. They said that all future Halo games would come to PlayStation, and then the leadership of PlayStation said all, any sort of like obligation that we've already have, we will fulfill. It's like, well, there's your obligation. Then Halo 2 is a game as a service, or at least it's a multiplayer game that will require an enormous player base. So hand on shoulder. I'll see you on Halo 2 on PlayStation. Ogma107 says, speaking of Disney ruining shit, thoughts on Ryan Clark getting fired mid-show, no less. I don't like Ryan Clark, but I mean, I like, part of me is like, it is classless what they did to him, but also it's like, well, it was leaking and they didn't want him to find out first. What do you do in that situation? I'm sure they probably regret doing that. The bigger question about that is like, why was it leaking so much? I think Outkick said that they had 4 sources tell them that. Like 4 separate sources, and it's like, that is a leaky, that is a leaky ship. So that, I think, is a bigger embarrassment for me, than anything else, Anyway, by the way, well, here it is. Brandon Williams says, of course you don't like him. And then he says, say the real reason y'all don't like him. Okay, because he treated Peter Schrager like shit. And Peter Schrager didn't deserve that. But of course, that's not what you expected to hear, because you're a race baiter. By the way, Ryan Clark also made the argument that Tom Brady wasn't a generational talent. So I would imagine Peter Schrager knows more about football on his little finger than Ryan Clark does. I don't care if Ryan Clark played. So, bye. Next super chat. By the way, I'm married to a black woman. Can we just... What are you talking about? Like, we're still doing the racism thing? Like, we're still doing it. Like, we're still doing it. Like, people will look you dead up in the face and say, like, it doesn't matter if you married a black woman. You're still racist. MP No Thanks says, this is why you need Dustin. You're getting baited. Dustin's going to stop me from getting baited? Dustin's going to stop me from getting baited. I want to Dustin's the one that's going to stop me from getting baited. Oh, this is funny. This is what I was looking for. Tony C says, just joined to say, Colin saying, I'm married to a black woman. LOL, good stuff. Well, if the shoe fits... I like this one as well from Exploding Fire. He says, did you marry her before you knew she was black? Would have been hard to have met her mom and not have known that something was amiss. You guys are funny. Let's see. Gotta scroll. Raccoon City wrote in and said, the Bronx Zoo had a human on display in 1906. They would feed him dead dogs. The last human zoo was in 1958 in Belgium. Absolutely insane. I like the meta of it, but we used to call that slavery back in the day. Back in my day, we used to call that slavery. Early Zoomer. Let me see if I can get your chat. Get it up here. Says, oh, that's not what I wanted. Early Zoomer says, wait, her dad's white? Yes, Micah's dad's white. Her mom's black. It's true. We should start the human zoos again. That's what we can do with the remember we were saying earlier, we take 5% of the people out of society and we live in utopia. Instead of we imprison them, but we allow people to visit the prisons. And they do entertaining things for you when you're at the prison. I think we got something going on here. If I'm being totally honest with you. Let's take 5%, the lowest 5%, like the most degenerate people in our society, right? We'll decide who that is. Like, we will collectively figure that out. It won't be like any sort of authority. We'll vote. We'll have some sort of like pass the poll voting or something. Like, we'll keep doing elections over and over again, and you'll start getting over the line, and then it'll start leaving all these people behind. And then when we get to the 5%, we stop voting. We take all of those people, we distribute them to prisons, both ones that exist, and we'll have to build a bunch of new ones. We'll make these really ornate grounds, and we'll have prisons that cater to different people. It's kind of like different zoos that perhaps it's like, oh, this is more of a zoo that caters more to an Arctic clientele. This is a zoo that caters more to a tropical clientele, and so on and so forth. And then we'll send people around to the different prisons. And we'll bring the human zoo idea back. Explore Genesis wrote in and said, hey, Colin, I love the PS shooters of yore, from first or second party would be the best studio to build a great, engaging single-player FPS for PS5, PS6. I think second party is almost certainly a way to go with FPS in particular, because they really only have one studio that knows how to make FPSs, and they haven't made one in a long time. I guess you really do have two, because Insomniac made Resistance as well alongside Killzone, but with Guerrilla, of course. But well, I mean, Sony is doing something with People Can Fly, and I imagine that is a single player shooter. I don't want to say single player. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're doing is Killzone specifically. In fact, I think that would be dope. I've said it so many times. It's like Killzone is that one IP, is one of the IP that can, I think, live again. Even though it was never very big, it means something to the core PlayStation audience. And I do think that what it's about, specifically what Killzone is about, is very timely. If you massage it, you can have a very meta, very timely, very political, very high quality, very gritty, very dark Killzone game that I think speaks to a certain... You don't want to put too fine a point on it, but a certain reality, let's call it. I got a fart. Oh, did that come through? Nick, I want Resistance back as well. I love Resistance. I actually love Resistance. It didn't come through? Oh, that's so disappointing. Because it seemed like it was loud enough for it to come through. I love Resistance. I like Resistance a lot more than I like Killzone. Personally, I just know Killzone was way bigger than Resistance and more relevant to the audience, and you only need one of them. They're not really the same game. I mean, anyone who's played both of them knows that they're quite different, but thematically, in terms of their gameplay and all the rest. But like, it's funny, Insomniac with Resistance is kind of like a low-key Ratchet and Clank shooter in a way. And what I mean by that is that they really lean into the... One of the things that makes Ratchet special, as we all know, are the weapons. And that's one of the things that they really, really emphasize in Resistance. While in Killzone, it's really like a Call of Duty game in space. Let's see. Sorry, I have to scroll again. DWN Logic said, spending $30 on a haircut is worth it just so you don't have to do the cleanup, especially if you're shaving your own head. Hair everywhere. It's not a big deal. What I do is I just stand over a sink and I just shave my head and my beard. Every other time or so, and usually every time, it's not really every other time, but I don't always do it, is I then go and stand over the toilet and just do a little bit of other grooming where like I'll buzz down like my armpit hair a little bit and like doing it and so on and so forth. Shave down. I used to like razor shave my I'm going to give you too much information. Like razor shave my crotch and like my lily pad and stuff like that. These days I let it grow in just a little because it's too it's too itchy when it's coming back. You know what I mean? You don't need to do all that. You don't need to do all that. So I stopped doing that. But you know, you cut down like a little bit of the nipple hair and a little bit of the... I'm calling it a lily pad. What's the problem with that? It's the lily pad. What else could it be? There's no other name. There's no anatomical name for it. I'm sure there is. So I do that over the sink. And then I have a little bottle of like travel shampoo, like a travel shampoo bottle, and I just have a little bit of shampoo in it. I do this in my there's a bathroom like right here against this wall, and this is like the guest bathroom. It's like a full bathroom, but we don't really use it. I take shits in there, and we like give the dogs baths in that bathtub and stuff. But I go in there and then I have the shampoo, and then I go in and I just put my head under the shower like faucet, and I just wash all the hair off my head. And I get like probably 90% of it and off my body or whatever. And then I just kind of slowly clean up, and then I just sweep, and then I dust bust. It's not the end of the world. The whole process takes 15 to 20 minutes probably at the most. And I just go over my head over, and I'm probably staying in there way longer than I have to. Because, you know, for anyone out there that gets their head shaved, I was always fascinated by this. Is like, you get your head shaved, like really, you know, and then they just do it over and over and over again. And over time, you realize like you really kind of have to do that. Like you could do it once or twice and it looks fine, but it's not really right. You got to and you got to press hard, and you got to, and you'll learn over time. I get the little scissors and I try to cut the hair a little bit around my ear. Micah cleans up my neck for me. I have like a little buzzer and I have her do that for me. But it's funny because like, I am a fastidious cleaner. Like, I find it gross that people don't shower every day and, like, you know, don't brush their teeth multiple times a day and do that stuff. Like, I always have done that kind of thing. So, like, from that perspective, like, the hygiene, I guess you would say, is, like, really top notch. The, like, more like the grooming part of it, I've always been a man who's, like, get to a position where you look good and then it slowly gets worse. And then you get back to that position as opposed to, like, maintaining it, you know? All right. And that's the thing about by the way, that's the thing about the haircut is like, yeah, you get, so I get my hair cut but I get it all cut up and then I have to maintain it. I mean, aren't you spending like, what would that cost you? Like a couple $100 a month or something? Like, what are you, a woman? You're going to like the salon? It just seems like a waste of money. I'd rather look like 70% normal. There comes a time when I truly look homeless. Mobman says, I have to shower after buzzing my head. That is the ideal. And I would say I do that 7 out of 10 times maybe. But often I like to do it before I work out because, so that's the big problem is that I don't want to shower and then shower a few hours later. I just feel like I like the 2 shower a day thing. I used to do 2 showers a day. I stopped doing that, you know, probably really when I moved to Virginia because I used to shower in the morning when I had a more normal life. Right. So like in college or in my work life in San Francisco, I would, you know, get up in the morning and I would take a shower and then I would get home at night and then I would take a shower. And I picked this up from my dad. My dad used to do this. My dad still does this. What's funny is my dad sleeps like 5 hours a night. So he like takes a shower at like midnight and then he takes a shower at like fucking 6 in the morning. I stopped doing that because I just felt like I wanted to get the day off me. You know, I'm on the train. I'm in an office. I'm in San Francisco. San Francisco's fucking gross. But then like when I like started working from home and all the rest, I just cut it down to 1 shower a day. And that shower usually happens in the early evening. So like I wake up, brush my teeth, you know, straighten myself up a little bit. But then I go through my day and for a few hours, like work and whatever. And then right before dinner, I work out. So like by 6 o'clock, I'll work out. And then I'll take a shower at that time. Brush my teeth again, straighten up again. And then at night, I do like the full dental workup. So it's like a third brushing, I guess, but it's like more things than that, like the water pick and all the rest. And then I go to bed and then I start all of the next day. So, but I think if I lived a more normal life, I would go back to the 2 shower a day thing. And at the very least, I'm a morning showerer. Like I definitely don't like interacting with people without showering. I just feel like you gotta like be putting on your best front, right? Like you're going out. Even if Mike and I are like going to Waffle House or something, she makes fun of me because there are times where we do that and I do take 2 showers a day and we call it a hoe bath because I'm like, I literally say I'm going to go take a hoe bath and I just get in and kind of like just wash off and just use a bar of soap and just kind of like go through a very quick routine just to kind of clean myself up a little bit. So I've always been very fastidious. I really do think it comes from my dad. Like I've always been very fastidious about like personal cleanliness, but like outward appearance with like the hair and I've never been like the guy that goes to the barber every week or every 2 weeks or whatever. And I do remember certain times in my life. It's so funny, man, because I remember in high school talking to my dad. Remember, I told you guys that I used to go to a barber on Long Island for many years where the guy thought he was this Turkish guy named Sal. And he thought my name was Tommy. And sometime when I was in like elementary school, we just stopped correcting him. So I was Tommy. And be like, Tommy, good to see you. Like when I'd go in. And I remember my my dad, like we would go and I would get, I'd go and, then we would go back a couple months later. And I remember having a conversation with my dad in high school, like early in high school, being like, can I like maintain my hair as opposed to like letting it get worse and then maintaining it and then so on and so forth. And I have this very specific memory of being in 9th grade and I shaved my own head. And then I went to school and I must have missed a hair or whatever. And like some kid was like, what is this? That's awesome. Chet Snooze wrote in and said, what's your opinion of this new Hunter Biden and his latest interview? The problem with U.S. soccer is a socioeconomic problem only rich entitled play. What? What? What is this? This is a non sequitur. The likes of which I wish that I had a way to fine you even more, like twice the amount of money that you donated to tell your question. Like there's just a button and you like can't charge back or anything. It's just like, that's it. Like the penalty for this is this. So let's take these one at a time, I guess, because they're just complete non sequiturs. What's your opinion on this new Hunter Biden and his latest interview? I have no idea. I did see one funny video through Barstool Sports. I'm not really a Barstool Sports fan, but I do I don't even really follow them. I probably follow the actual account, but I get things recommended to me from their various like shows and their personalities. And there was this one thing I saw where Hunter Biden like made a video for one of the guys, like congratulating him on, I don't know if it was like his sobriety or something like that. And then Joe Biden was just randomly in the video. And I was like, what is going on here? It was funny, but I don't have any, my honest opinion of Hunter Biden is that he's a fucking scumbag. I mean, that's my honest opinion of him. The problem with U.S. soccer. All right. So the second thing, the problem with U.S. soccer is a socioeconomic problem only rich and entitled play. I mean, it's kind of paradoxical because I feel like soccer is so accessible because it's a poor person's game. And I don't mean that as an insult. It's a game that like anyone can play. All you need is, hold on a second. Skate Alex says, Colin's so biased. Hunter Biden. Didn't Hunter Biden like sleep with, like, I don't even want to get into it. Like he's out of his mind. Like he's out of his mind. He's not a good person. I'm sorry. Dustin. All right. Soccer is an accessible game. I think soccer is a great game. I think there's problems with it. But the socioeconomic stuff of it being a rich person's game, it's funny because I can see what you mean in the United States. But really, the rich people's games are not that. Like, I grew up playing hockey, and like, we weren't rich by any stretch of the imagination, but that was an extremely expensive game to play. Like, thousands of dollars a year. And I was only able to do that through the grit and determination of my mom and her making sacrifices to do that for me. And at the time, especially because I was a goalie, which is crazy, and goalie equipment is so, like unimaginably expensive. So, at the time I was aware that it was a financial difficulty, and I was aware that I should be grateful for it, and I was. But I didn't realize to the extent that we had to sacrifice and like do what we had to do for me to play that game. And there are games that simply don't require that out of well, let me back up. There are games that I think are aligned towards wealthier people. Like I grew up on Long Island, which is a wealthier place, like, you know, enclaves of it especially, and lacrosse is really popular on Long Island. It's like one of the biggest sports. It's so weird going to other places where like lacrosse is irrelevant, because I'm like, lacrosse was so big where I was from, and lacrosse is a really, really great game. And that is a game that doesn't require very much out of you in terms of money, but it's for some reason like this ritzy game, as opposed to something like polo, where you could like understand how like you would have to have money to play a game like that. Soccer, I think, is just, it's easily accessible. And I think that in certain places around the world, everything reduces to access. So people become really, really, everyone plays this thing, as opposed to like little kids playing it. I played a little bit of soccer when I was a kid, and I've talked about how I played indoor soccer specifically as a young adult. But I played on IGN's team. We had a team back in the day. And so I just think that like in the United States and in places like the United States, although it's not, there are countries that have money that are really good at soccer, so I'm not saying it's necessarily that, but we have a lot of options here. And it doesn't reduce to the common denominator. So soccer is a game that no one really takes seriously. And I don't think that like, I don't know what it is. Like soccer does seem bigger and more prevalent these days in the United States, but it's just so small compared to the way it clearly is around the rest of the world. And I look around and I'm like, well, in my opinion, all four of our core sports are substantially better than soccer. And so, and it's not an insult to soccer, because I think soccer is a great sport too. It's just not hockey. It's not football. Well, it's football for many of you. It's not basketball. It's not baseball. And so it's always going to be sacrificed at the altar of that as well, because we just have other options and we're good at all those things. It is still a dream of mine, just because I know of the amount of meltdown it would cause. Is I want us to win the World Cup so bad. I think that would be so funny, because I don't think people around the world understand how much we don't care. Like the World Cup was this big thing, and it felt bigger this time. I was around for the 94 World Cup, and that also felt really big. And I remember the 94, you know, with the dog, the little dog icon. And people that were around at that time, and it was very prevalent to me. You know, I was a young sports fan. I just loved any athletics, and I was interested in it. But like the idea at that point was that soccer was going to become really big. You know? And that was really the second time in the United States that happened. I wasn't around for the first time, because there was really a push in the 70s to make soccer big in the United States. And then, of course, out of the 94 World Cup spawned the MLS, which still exists, and it's cool. But it just never really took off. And I actually thought when we missed the tournament in 2018, that really hurt soccer in the United States. It roared back this year, and people were really interested in it, and there was an expanded field, and there were a shit ton of games and all the rest, and people really enjoyed it. But I can already tell, like, it's not going to mean anything really for the long-term success of soccer. It's a very transient thing, and so that's why I think it would be so funny for us to win the World Cup, because it's like, it means so much to so many countries, and like they put their all into it, and their teams are these dominant things, and it's like, it really doesn't mean anything to us. So that's why it would be funny. All right. This is a good point too. Prime 8 place as America's best athletes want to play better sports. That's exactly right. Because that's a really important thing that a lot of people just lose sight of. Is a lot of these pro athletes guys, and I'm not saying like if you're an offensive lineman or some like very specific body type or whatever, but a lot of these guys have options. A lot of them play in high school basketball, baseball, and football, some combination of those games. Some of them get drafted by multiple professional teams. Some of them play in college. Some of them will even be like on the track and field team and then play football or something like that. A lot of kickers in college are soccer goalies. So they all it is true that like our athletes are naturally athletic people. And the inverse would be true, by the way. If in poor country X where soccer is really big, you had the option for your naturally athletic people to gravitate towards all these other things, they would. So in a way, it is like always going to be our detriment in the United States is to our detriment, I should say. But I would take any of the 4 major American sports over soccer any day of the week. And I say that with all the respect to soccer. I am so impressed by the athleticism of soccer, the cardio athleticism especially. I think that the time I won't get back into it. The timekeeping is totally busted in the game. The injuries and like the constant whining and complaining is so fucking lame. It's like it's I will say it is a little off-putting. Like watching a sport like hockey that I do, like I played hockey for pretty much my whole childhood and teen years, year round. It's a sport I've been obsessed with. I watch it religiously on TV. I go to games. I try to, whatever. You don't see that kind of shit in that sport. It's like the rolling around, writhing on the ground kind of shit. Like someone in hockey gets a high stick, loses 2 teeth, gets 6 stitches, and is out the next period. It's completely insane. And it is really off-putting, in my opinion. And Destroy the Machine says crying in basketball is worse than soccer, in my opinion. Crying in the NBA, and I don't like the NBA. I've gone into this at length. Like the NBA is an awful league. Like it's really like the game of basketball is dope. I love basketball. I think basketball is so dope. But the NBA sucks. So I agree with you there. So like when I see the flopping and like people like holding their like constantly, it is constant. It's constant. And I'm like, what are we, even our own guys do it. It's just the culture of the sport. It's like fucking man up. You're supposed to be like not only are you pro athletes making millions of dollars, you're supposed to be like the premier like physical specimens for your sport. Be a man, for Christ's sake. You're babies. Shawnee Quest says chicken jockey. By the way, this is what I used to wear during COVID. It's a good look. I should tuck it in. Let's see how it looks if I tuck it in. Yeah, now I look like a soldier, like a Cobra officer. Pretty cool. These guys are. I gotta get one of these outfits, dude. Some of the outfits that people wear at Joe Fest that you see pictures of, some of them are so cool. I want to be metalhead so bad at Joe Fest. I've told my friend Mike this. I want to get like a professionally made costume. Let's see if I can find. This is my favorite G.I. Joe, metalhead. And he's got like this cool, he basically like has these backpacks and like he has missile launchers all over his body, basically. It would be super cool to have that. I would love that. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot of him. Chicken jockey. Oh, God. Minecraft, man. I saw there's this leak of, I guess, like 4, I don't know if it's like the veracity of it. I think it's true. The 4, Asha apparently sent like an internal memo at Xbox about like the 4 focuses of them. And one of them was just like Minecraft, which I'm like, yeah, of course. That was a very canny purchase by them. Surprisingly so, since they make awful decisions typically. Zach Miklas wrote in and said, Colin, do you think we can get more games written like Spec Ops The Line? If you have any in mind, which ones do you recommend? Spec Ops is really... It's one of a kind. I think that's what makes the game so special. It's also really surprising to me that Take-Two has not done anything with it. Because it is a very well-regarded game. It's one of the... I think it's one of the great third-person shooters, frankly. And... the story is unlike anything that's ever really been tried before. Interestingly, the game was written by Walt Williams, and you know what Walt Williams recently wrote? Wolverine. So, will Spec Ops The Line be like Wolverine? No, I doubt it will be. And vice versa. But, yeah, Spec Ops... Well, it's funny because the game that I think we were going to get, and that came to PC, but it still never came to console. I don't know if they're going to do it or not. Was 6 Days in Fallujah. Now, both the original canceled Konami version, but also the version that came out, and it kind of came with a whimper. Like I don't know what they did with it, but they said they were going to release it on console, but they never did. But yeah, you're right. There are parts of Call of Duty games that like No Russian and stuff like that do imbibe the spirit of Spec Ops. Although that's actually pre-Spec Ops, so Spec Ops maybe imbibes the spirit of No Russian. But yeah, I think that there's probably especially in the console space, I think the PC space is more amenable to just all sorts of experiences, but there's a sensitivity towards a lot of things. I mean, that's what really annoyed me when 6 Days in Fallujah, Konami's 6 Days in Fallujah, was canceled back in the PS3 era. That really annoyed... I mean, I wrote about it at IGN at the time. It really annoyed the fuck out of me. Like, what is this conservative sensitivity? It just vacillates back and forth. The liberals are worried about this. The conservatives are worried about this. It's like, why don't you just get the fuck out of video games and leave them alone? They can say and do whatever they want. Who are you? We can have video games about... we can have literally endless video games about horrifying things like D-Day. Or the Pacific Campaign. Korea and Vietnam. Like, but Iraq is off limits. Fallujah is off limits. It's just like, it's total baby nonsense. I hated it. I hated that happened to that game. It was really, really annoying. And it just endlessly goes back and forth. It's funny, like, you can almost identify the games and then like who was mad about it. what side was mad about it and for what reason. Clean Frame wrote in and said, in video game terms, would you rather want low health but you get health regen, or high health and high defense but no way to recover your health? It really is dependent on the game. But are you saying in real life? Like, I don't... In games, so like we were talking about Resistance earlier. Resistance versus Killzone is a good example. Resistance had health. Killzone had more of like the recovery thing. I'm playing Halo now, and Halo has like the auto recovery. I like auto recovery with the shield component, kind of like It's funny, Halo does it a little too much. Like Borderlands almost has the perfect interplay of it, where you have your health that is like this finite thing, and then you have the armor or the shield over the health that recovers. So it's like literally both worlds. And I think that that's kind of the best approach. Jax wrote in and said, work swapped out single toilets for shared stalls, so I've been clenching early to cut smaller logs and dodge splashback noise. Advice. I think that the best thing you can do for that is to put paper, like put a, just roll up some toilet paper and put it in the toilet before you poop. And then it'll kind of muffle the sound a little bit. Because that was the worst. When I worked at IGN, and we were in the first office. When I was an intern, we were in actually a different office. And then when I started working there, we were in another office. And we had these, it was your traditional like 90s built office park, right? Like from the .com boom or whatever. And we had like, communal bathrooms, but we also had a lot of individual bathrooms, and they had like showers in them and shit. So people like used to go running and go work out and then shower and do all that kind of stuff. And then we moved into San Francisco. That was when we were in Brisbane, which was in South City. And we moved from Brisbane to San Francisco, to Fox's building there. And it was the exact same thing where it was like we lost all of those cool amenities that we had. And now everyone was like on top of each other. And it was exciting to be in the city, but losing that kind of, and I that's the one thing I really do remember missing is like, oh, I have to take a shit. I'm going to go to the stall. I'm going to go to like one of the individual bathrooms on like some quiet side of the office or whatever. Those were the days. Clean frame. Didn't you just write in? Oh, okay. I want to make sure I'm on a glitch. All right. Clean frame wrote in and said, a question and meme going around the internet. You have to serve a 6-month prison sentence or stay in as long as your mom can beat Elden Ring. Pick one. I mean, a 6-month prison sentence, I would assume. No offense to my mom, but I don't think she... I mean, how much is my mom trying? Like, if my mom's entire life revolves around me getting out of this jail cell, I think she could probably do it in less than 6 months, fewer than 6 months. But you would have to really hone in on a process. Like, is she studying? Is she getting advice? Like, is Dustin or Brad helping her? Are we getting like the finest minds to sit with her? Like, are they guiding her every step of the way? Is she really learning? Is she learning how to use the controller? Is she spending 8, 10, 12, 14 hours every day on Elden Ring? Then I think she could do it in fewer than 6 months. But I don't know. Like, that's a really great question. Surprisingly. Because it's like, what? Because it begs the question. Like, you and I, the people, most of us listening to this play games, or we understand games. Given enough, we could do anything we want in a game, to at least beating a game. Any game you want. Like, you could study it and figure it out. You understand it. But if you're coming in with none of that baseline comprehension, is it possible that you never get it? Because a person who didn't get video games wouldn't have ever tried Elden Ring. They would have never gotten there. It's a good question. Brad Maka says, how likely am I to be divorced based on my trophies? We've gotten feedback that people don't like this. I'm going to do it for you, Brad, and I don't mind. I appreciate you, and I hope you're doing well out there. But people don't like this trophy analysis thing. They think they're not into it. I was talking a little bit about this on the Q&A on Patreon. But let's see. 123 platinums is a lot of platinums. I mean, you're playing a lot of games. And that's really I mean, I feel like this particular trophy list, it's more likely than not you're going to get divorced, I think. I hate to say it. I hate to be the one that has to break the news to you like this. It's a lot of gaming. You see some shovelware. Where is the shovelware? I don't see any. I don't see any shovelware. This is a very clean list. I mean, it's a very clean list. I see you gave up on Tomb Raider 1. Just couldn't do it, huh? I don't blame you. Big Ben Brent says, Colin, you are so wrong about needing alcohol to have fun at certain functions and parties. Oh my God, Big Ben. No, I'm not. You're not an alcoholic enough to understand. Thank you for writing in. Pull up your co-host trophies. All right. Here's Dustin's. He hasn't been playing. So, I mean, I think he's been playing on other platforms to obfuscate how much he's been playing. He's coming back soon to the show. Here I am. Kind of a calm year. I have a lot of platinums this year, but I'm just really completely like my year starts where? Here. So pretty productive year. Could be better, but I've been playing a lot. I stopped on the I beat Onimusha 2. I haven't played it in many years, so I went back and played it again in preparation for the new Onimusha, and it's I remembered why it was that was a really annoying game. It's a great game to play, but it is the gift giving aspect of it is like crazy. It's like what are we doing? Casual says couldn't finish Starfield, huh? God no. God no. My God. I remember not making fun of, but observing like when Starfield came out about how few people were beating it based on achievements, and people were saying like, well, it's on Game Pass and stuff. And now I feel like I was a little harsh on them, because imagine the version of Starfield they were playing. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't get over it. Like Starfield is just one of my things where I'm like, damn, dude, what the fuck is this? You know, you play a game like I platinumed Mind's Eye last year, right? And you play a game like that, and you're like, yeah, this is a bad game. Like there's no redeeming qualities to this game. But then you play a game like Starfield, where you're like, what is this? The fuck is this? Is this for real? This is what you've been doing? That's the way I feel about it. It's like, this is what you've been doing. It's almost unbelievable. It's like, what is this? Proper Hater says, wait, you plattied Lego Horizon and couldn't beat Starfield? Lego Horizon's better than Starfield. Let's not get it mixed up. I hate to be that guy to tell you that. Ubero says, Colin, would you consider doing a Let's Play of Mega Man Zero or Battle Network? Yeah, I would consider that. Mega Man Zero is probably more watchable, but I think either of them would be fun to do. I actually, I thought Mega Man Battle Network, the collection, would be good on Portal. And so I think it was last year I started playing through Battle Network 1, which was very nostalgic. Battle Network came out when I was in high school, so it's a very nostalgic. And it's funny, man, I'm a huge Mega Man fan. I mean, I don't have to say this. You had classic Mega Man and then Mega Man X beginning in 93, then of course Legends in 98. But Battle Network was like a new thing. It was and it was them trying to kind of like turn of the century card battling was very popular. Pokemon was very popular, and handheld gaming was really at the nexus of all of this. So yeah, maybe one day we do that. Sure, don't see why not. Casual 7 says, Colin, how do you feel after your conversation with Maddie? Did he make compelling points? I don't think there are really very many compelling points for physical games apart from people's preference. I don't think that's what it's really about. The reason I wanted to have Maddie on was because I think there's a deep emotionality to the conversation, and I needed someone that I like and trust, that I think has intelligence and nuance to speak to the emotionality of it. And I think that he did that in a great way. I'm proud of us for going down lines of inquiry that really, at least for our shows, haven't been explored. So like I wrote down some of the questions before we started because I was like, well, we've talked about this so many times. We've gone in circles about this, not Maddie and I, but like, what can I get out of Maddie that would be useful to the audience? Because he's talked about it extensively, no doubt, and on his shows as well. So we got into like the conversation about, like, I asked him things like, actually I have my notes somewhere. Oh, what is? Oh, I've been writing Saint Slayer 2 in the pool. that's that pad. Yeah. So I was asking questions of him like, should players care about the health of Sony? Like, should PlayStation fans care that Sony's financially healthy or not? Is there a risk of a rubber band effect of people going too far and trying to fight for these things and annoying people that don't care? Is there a difference? This was one where I really think we got into a deep angle to it. Is there a difference? And I think there is a difference. Is there a difference between being a customer and a user? And if there is, what is the difference between them? And is Sony aiming for customers and not users? So I think we got into some different parts of the conversation. And to me, I think everything has a sort of difficult answer, right? Because, like, for instance, we shouldn't, on one hand, it makes no sense for us to care about the health of any corporation. Why would you care unless you work there or you have like some sort of investment in it? On the other hand, you've invested all of this time and energy and money and like your gaming ethos is all about PlayStation. You have your entire gaming existence is caught up in the health of Sony. To act like it doesn't matter to you, therefore, would be kind of disingenuous and strange, wouldn't it? I think that there's a lot to be said about it, and I hope that we got into meaningful conversations for people, and people really like that. I think we've been putting on some bangers on Sacred Symbols Plus recently, and this week's episode will be Halo deep dive with me, Chris, Brad, and I don't know who else will be on that one. Casual says, I love the different point of view you two had in regards to other physical mediums like books and vinyls. Well, what I tried to explain to Maddie, and I think I did get through to him on this, although this is all in the eye of the beholder, is like, I personally think that comparing physical games to physical anything else is wildly disingenuous and actually stupid. People are like, oh, like people were freak out. It's like, well, I can still buy vinyl. I can still buy CDs. I can still buy. I'm like, you don't understand the difference between those things. Like, you really don't get the difference between those things. To me, I think I get carried away sometimes in my own mind of like what I assume people understand. And when I see people make arguments like that, I'm like, what don't you get about a book, a CD, a vinyl record, a Blu-ray disc, a DVD, a VHS, a cassette tape, an 8-track? Like, you don't understand the difference between those things and games. You don't get it. It's like very weird to me. And I was trying to explain that there's a level of deep disingenuousness about that. Physical books, all you need to know to have a physical book is how to read. A Blu-ray player will play any Blu-ray. I could put the Saint Slayer record in a phonograph player from 1930 and it would play. You don't understand the difference between that and video games? Proprietary video, like, you don't get that. To me, I'm like, So that was, I was glad we got into that too, because I was like, no, these are bad comparisons. Like, if you want to strengthen your argument, that's not a good place to be, in my opinion. Companies still print vinyl records. It's like, yeah, they're not printing the record. They're not making the record player. It's like, what are you talking about? All right. Primate Play says, are you still enjoying the PS Portal. Just got a Portal and Switch 2 before the price hikes, but the stores are filled with slop. PlayStation is, I can't speak for Nintendo. I heard the Nintendo store is really bad. But PlayStation Store is getting substantially better. I mean, they are basically executing entire publishers on that thing. You know, it's like you have some sort of obligation to shepherd the games through your storefront. And Sony has finally gotten it. They've gotten the message. I mean, like, the things that they're doing are so extreme that I can't believe they're doing them, and I'm so thrilled. Like, they're literally messaging and like getting in touch with these various publishers and be like, "You're done. Like, you're done. We're taking all your games down and you can't publish anymore." And I'm like, it's like almost the solution that I would have come up with, where I'm like, "Oh, this is like my fucking shooting from the hip solution if I was at Sony." And they're like, "Yeah, we're doing that." I'm like, awesome. Like, they are just cutting their heads off. The problem is that I don't know why no one noticed this to begin with. And there's still a lot of problems there. Like, and weird ones. I brought up this a few times, is that there's this game called Gran Turismo. That's like a car racing game. And then apparently they must have gotten in trouble for the name, so they changed it to like rally car, whatever, you know? But like when you still, months later, you still go to the thumbnail on it and it's still Gran Turismo. I'm like, guys, what are you doing? Is anyone paying attention? Why is this so hard? Like, being the shepherd of like PlayStation Network really, like, or PlayStation Store really could be one person's job. Like, literally, like, being like, my entire job is just to make sure things belong here. And it's not even about good or bad games necessarily. A lot of that is in the eye of the beholder. A lot of it is about like the intention behind a game. How many games is a publisher making? How many games is an individual developer making? How could it be that they're making so many different games? The volume became a problem. They ruined the trophy ecosystem, and it's a bummer. But it's like they're doing something about it, and we bust Sony's balls about a lot of things, reasonably so, but they are doing this, and I don't think they're anywhere close to being done, and I appreciate and respect the fuck out of it, because it has to happen. It is so unfair to everyone else that sells games on PlayStation Network to have to deal with this bullshit. PR Feeney says, "Colin, please say amortize correctly. It's your lesser versus few to me. Stop adding an extra I. Much love." I can't amortize, because amortize is sounds ridiculous. Amortize. Wonder if it comes from my name being Moriarty. Thank you for writing in. Zanfair wrote in and said, "While PlayStation sales suggest exclusives don't matter, didn't Xbox decline largely because its games also launched on PC and PlayStation benefits from that?" I don't think that has ever. I don't know why people think Xbox declined because its games launched on PC. I think Xbox declined because it didn't have compelling reasons to keep it around, and it got its shit kicked in. And I think, if anything, like, the PC releases helped them stay alive. By the way, I didn't say exclusives don't matter. People are telling me I said that, but I didn't say that. I said exclusives don't matter anywhere close to what they people say they do, and they don't. And to me, it's like not even an argument. Just look at the numbers. There are fewer exclusives than ever, and Sony is making exponentially more money than ever. How could it possibly be that exclusives are the vital engine, the vital fuel of the PlayStation engine, if those things are true? It's literally in the numbers. It's in the numbers. Sony sold 6 million first-party games last quarter. Do you have any idea how few games that is? I'm not saying anything came out that you should care about. That's not the point. Although Marathon, I think, would be in there. It's that, like, they sold, what was the number? 80 million games or something, or 100 million, like whatever it was for the quarter. It's like, it's simply not. I'm sorry. I hate to be that guy that has to break the news to everyone. I wish it were different. I buy all the exclusives. I played Saros. Saros might have been played by 1 in 250 PlayStation owners. Or let's say the monthly user, active user base, which would be splittable as PS4 as well. They're a game, and Tokon's obviously not going to sell very many copies, but these are prestige games. Wolverine's going to sell well. Laufey is going to sell well. Intergalactic's going to sell well. Those games will matter. Yote sold well. At 5 or 6 million copies, that's less than 3% of your audience, of your applicable audience. Yes, Apollo. Let's check my math. Saros seems it's about 500,000 copies. There are 125 million active users on PlayStation. That's 1 in 250, isn't it? I could be wrong. I'm not a man. I mean, maybe I'm like way off on that. You don't want me to do math. By the way, I did break out the big calculator before. This thing's my best friend. I don't have very many friends. This one right here. I don't think Tokon's going to surprise me. I think Tokon could sell, a couple million units, over time. I don't think I'd be surprised by that at all. And by the way, I think it looks great. I just think that like fighting games have a ceiling, and even the biggest fighting games have a ceiling that's not that impressive. Let's see. Sorry, I'm scrolling. Okay. Lena Mikulik's North Starfish says, thanks for everything, Colin. You really do help us get all through the week with LSM. God bless you and all the LSM family. It's very sweet of you to say. Thank you very much. Happy to do it. I enjoy my job and I enjoy being here with you guys. And I'm having a good time streaming and hanging out and just shooting the shit. I got to be honest, like I've kind of liked doing it alone. I'm sure that would be music to Dustin's ears. He's not hearing it right now because he's out doing something, but yeah, I've kind of just enjoyed like hanging out. Nyang 31 Dora. Atlas's DS dungeon crawler RPG Etrian Odyssey 1 through 3 HD remaster released on Switch and Steam only. PC is rising in Japan while PS5 is trying to reclaim Japan. Yeah, there's no doubt. I was talking about that with someone recently that one of the series that does low key really well on PC in Japan, or like Neon Falcom has a really vibrant presence on PC. And I watch companies like that with the trends of more core Japanese gamers on where they might be migrating over time. PC does seem like it's becoming more of a force in Japan, but I think that the original sin for Sony in the Japanese market was just ceding it to Nintendo. And I give myself, I like to give myself credit every once in a while. I really called early that I remember saying like they're ceding Japan to Nintendo. I don't know why they're doing that. I think it's become especially relevant because Japan has been refocused so much as a center of global gaming commerce, where it was really decentralized and defocused. I mean, that you just see that with Sony's move, like of the headquarters to San Mateo during the PS3 era, as an example. It's like they read it right from a global commerce perspective, but from a creativity standpoint, and really where it makes the most sense to make a lot of AAA games in places like Japan, Sony doesn't have its footing there anymore. And I think that was a huge mistake. And I think they're subsidizing their region locked PS5, which is working. It's selling well. They're never going to outswitch Switch, and even PS6 won't outswitch Switch. But I think that is that's going to be an increasingly important place for them to be relevant. And it's one of the places where I hope they they start to, people miss Japan Studio, but I don't miss Japan Studio really, because like they were making a lot of smaller things that were great. I played a lot of it, but it's not what's really relevant to the industry anymore. No one, these games don't sell. They got to find like AAA Japanese partners. And obviously they own one of the most premier Japanese developers in Polyphony, but you know, they're doing their thing. What is this? Why is whiteness exclusionary while blackness is inclusionary? If someone is half black, they're black. Why is it one only white if they're 100% white, but can be half or even 1/4 black and they're just black? Is that true though? Can, like, if a person says, I guess it's about what you claim, right? Like what side you claim, or if you even feel like you need to claim a side. But I don't know if there's like maybe there is. I don't know. Maybe in other words, like I feel like, honestly, I feel like perhaps maybe Micah would be able to answer this better than me, but like a person who's half black or whatever will always be seen by society as black. And it's not even a matter of them seeing themselves that way. And so they take on that role that society has almost grafted upon them. And I wonder if a lot of it has to do with that too. He says, oh, just for clarification, I'm half white, half black, and this has always bothered me. Just curious as to your thoughts. Yeah, I wonder if it comes from a lot of, I really do wonder if it comes from just like old societal expectations of look, like almost frankly is white being the baseline. And if you're white and black and like working off that means you're black, you know, even if you're light skinned or whatever. But I don't know, man. Nerf Ninja says RE users versus customers. If I'm a user and only have a PS4 and PS5 to play Fortnite or Roblox, how will Sony convert me? Especially so if the hardware keeps increasing. In my opinion, that's the upcoming problem. Well, this is part and parcel with what I've been saying, and I really don't. This is one of those things where I don't understand why people give me such gruff about this, is my insistence that Sony really must figure games as a service out for themselves. Because I think that they are unusually vulnerable and susceptible to not owning things. It seems like Valve with Steam is in a very specific position where they are on a platform that will exist forever. PC, like personal computing, like, and having like this agnostic machine is going to be a thing forever, and therefore they have no worry about being a place for people, and probably the dominant place potentially over generations of people on this ubiquitous thing. In the hardware space, you have to convince people to buy the hardware and then spend money on it. And of course, Sony makes beaucoup bucks on Fortnite. Sony makes a lot more money on Fortnite than they do on their own games. Again, Sony, half of Sony's revenue comes from 10 games, which they don't own. And it doesn't only buttress their own platform should they want to use it as like an exclusive, because I don't really think that they should be investing in games as a service that are exclusives, but some people think that's the case, and you could do that. But rather it's to kind of segue PlayStation into what it will ultimately become, I think, in the next 20 years. I don't know, which is going to be an entertainment company, like a software company. And just owning things and where people play them, no matter where they play them. It's like Phil was at Xbox was kind of right. He was just like way too early to the, like, not smart early, not like, wow, you're really early to the game, like On Live was or something, where it's like, we just weren't ready for you yet On Live. It's like, no, you're like so premature. It's like crazy. But ultimately there's an inevitability that there's this inevitability, in my opinion, that we will end up in a more static, agnostic, inevitably an agnostic ecosystem. It just has to happen at some point. It's hard for me to believe that we'll be buying PlayStation hardware in 25 years. I just don't know if I believe that. Right? When you think about it, it just seems unbelievable. Like, it seems literally unbelievable. But maybe. And if we're still in that position, then Sony will probably be okay if they're still the conduit by which others play games. But if they need to both protect their own walls while preparing for an inevitable future, investing in the games that people want to play is really important. And that's why having a Japan studio, it doesn't matter. Again, the operative words are games people want to play. And it goes into my thesis that I shared with you guys earlier in the show, wherein I think a major problem with the PlayStation audience right now in the ecosystem is the subtle realization, and maybe not so subtle anymore, that it doesn't run through us anymore, and that the way we play and our preferences and the things we want just simply don't matter anymore. It was why, like, I don't know if you guys recall, I started saying, especially with Jaffe, where I'm like, I don't think Sony would do this. I think it would be foolish to do this ultimately because you want to invest in IP or whatever, but they really don't even have to make games when you think about it. Because it's not a zero-sum thing. It's like they have to spend in order to get back. And it's a risk. And if Alinia's report on Saros's budget, for instance, is true at $71 million, they have not made that money back. So you could make the argument that they're like so unimportant, like in the short to midterm, that you don't even really need to invest in that shit. But I think that ultimately you need to be present, and games as a service is not only the present but the future. It's just obvious. And this is where I don't understand the disconnect, and it frustrates me because I talk a lot and I try to like really explain my positions and let people know where I'm coming from. And it's like, I don't want this world. But covering my eyes like it doesn't exist is ridiculous. It's not about me anymore. It's so obviously not about me anymore. And the only thing that I think keeps my head above water compared to a lot of other people is that I've just known this for a long time. I've just known it. Like, just look around. Just look at the fucking top games played. Not only look at free to play and games as a service and the dominance of those games, and Roblox has orders of magnitude more fucking users than PlayStation does. And by the way, Roblox fucking sucks. I've said it over and over again. It's awful. It's garbage. Looks like shit. But like, that's what people want. Who am I? I can argue against it over and over and over and over and over again. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm the guy who bought Saros. And that doesn't really matter. Because I look at the top charts and it's full of first-person shooters, sports games, the games we like that we really loved, like 007 was awesome. That'll pop up. And I think, and I want to articulate this better, and maybe I'll do a video at some point about it. It's just like, I think that it all comes down to this. It's like it's not even you, it's us. We are not what is most important anymore. It sucks. I hate it. But it's the reality I observe, not only in everyone's anecdotal data, but also just in the data itself. And it's why I make the argument about exclusivity not really mattering very much, because if it mattered, then people would buy them. They would buy I think I saw a statistic where it's like the biggest PlayStation first party games has a penetration of like 1 in 5. So I don't understand how people can see those numbers and make that any other argument. I like that. That's, to me, I'm like, what are you saying? That's for like Spider-Man, by the way, and like God of War, maybe. For most of the other stuff you're talking about, and so I and people think it's like I'm arguing against not wanting them or not liking these games. It's like, dude, I love a lot of these games. We were just talking about how much I love Horizon. I'm a huge Last of Us fanboy. Like, these are great games, but you just have to see what's like. Can't you see? And I think there's a lot of just myopia and like short-sightedness in the space. And I think that's why I get things right often, or see things, is like, I'm not seeing things like Game Pass is a great example. It's like, this was so obviously nonsense. It's like, this is nonsense. Like, I remember, like, years ago, I was like, this is nonsense. This is financial nonsense. This is creative nonsense. It makes no sense. And years went by of people telling me how stupid and wrong I was and how great it was and how obvious it was and all. I'm like, maybe we're just looking at totally different things. But no, it was there the whole time. The evidence that showed me in 2020 that Game Pass was going to fail is the same evidence that is present today. So I just don't know how you can say, like, yeah, the most penetrative Sony first-party games have a 1 in 5 penetration rate or attach rate, as it were. And it's like, yes, this is the most relevant thing. It's like, clearly not. Clearly not. And don't confuse it for me saying I want that. And I think that that's kind of that's lost in space somewhere, in the space between on this. Where it's like, well, you make this observation and therefore you want it. I'm like, no. Does my purchasing behavior indicate that I want it? Does my player behavior indicate that I want it? I've never even played Fortnite. I've never even played any of this shit. I'm simply observing manifest reality. Unless you assume that the powers that be are lying. And this is what I said to someone, I was like, where they're like insisting Sony's lying and misrepresenting themselves. And I'm like, that would be illegal in a financial call. If you truly believe that, if in your heart of hearts truly believed that, you should report them to the SEC, or the Japanese version of the SEC, as it were. Because that's wildly illegal. I think the reality is that most people understand and can differentiate between those things, though. If the mean purchasing behavior was my purchasing behavior, this ecosystem would look a hell of a lot different. I'll tell you that. But I just know it's not. It's not. I'm playing fucking Luna Abyss, and these people are playing Roblox. I'm playing Onimusha Warlords Remastered. They're playing Overwatch. I'm playing Lovish. They're playing World of Tanks. Yeti Money says, Fortnite is awesome. I don't doubt it. It's not for me. I could give a fuck about Fortnite, but I don't doubt it. Even with Roblox, there has to be something, right? Roblox I don't take very seriously because they don't make money. That's the dark little secret of Roblox, is they've never made any money. And in fact, they lose about $100 million a month. They lose like $3.5 million a day, just so you know. So regardless of what's going on over there, it's not working. You know? So you have to take it serious as a force. And as like this gravitational well of drawing, especially young people in. There's obviously something to it. But it is not a naturalistic thing by any stretch of the imagination, because it doesn't work financially at all. And you can go read their financials if you want to see it for yourself. They've never made a single cent. The reason Fortnite is so impressive is because they make a lot of money. And people love it. I mean, they love it. And I've given them a lot of credit for coming up with the idea, and maybe even stumbling into the idea of the metaverse of metaverses, which they really, in every space, can only be one. And they kind of got there. And that's a valuable place to be. All right. Peter Martinez says, which stripper did you romance in GTA 5, and how did you complete or hide the romance with Micah hanging around while you game? You might have spoiled something for me, because I haven't beaten it yet. If there's a stripper romance scene, I don't really remember. There is a scene where you have to go to a strip club, and you get like a lap dance or something, but I don't remember there being like a romance option or anything like that. So I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Wow, a lot more to get through. Okay. Chicken and Milk says, soccer doesn't have a problem. The reason we don't stop the clock when it goes out is to encourage getting the ball back into play and keep the rhythm of the game. Very different to U.S. sports. There is no rhythm to the game. It's complete nonsense. I don't think you understand that. The excuse making for the timekeeping situation at soccer is hysterical for me because it so obviously makes no sense, but it's like, whatever, I don't care. I have no investment in this. You can do whatever you want. It's like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Just stop the fucking clock when the ball goes out of bounds or when someone scores. My God. It's like, it's approximately 7 minutes of extra time. It's like, okay. Meanwhile, this guy's writhing in pain on the ground for 5 minutes. The clock just goes. They score a goal. The clock just runs. Guy walks to do a corner kick, positions the ball, puts his hand up, positions the ball. It's like, this is fucking stupid. But whatever, I don't care. Like, I have no investment in it, but it is absolute nonsense. Ben the Gamer says, Colin, play MGS2 leading into MGS4 and give us a spoiler cast we deserve. We covered MGS2 on Knockback, so I'm not going to do that again, I don't think. I've played MGS2 too many times. Like, I don't want to talk about it anymore. At least not right now. But you can go find the Knockback episode that Dagan and I did. I don't know when we did that. Maybe 22 or something, 21. Street Shadow says, speaking of the NFL, I am excited for the upcoming NFL season and Madden as a lifelong Rams fan. But each year, Madden makes me wish we had San Diego Studio making an NFL game again. I miss NFL Game Day. When I did the history of San Diego Studio back in the day at IGN, which you can Google, I'm sure it's still there, we talk a lot about sports games, and because San Diego Studio itself never really, like, NFL Game Day was really 989, wasn't it? Which is a different brand. It's kind of the spiritual successor to, or the spiritual predecessor to San Diego Studio. But San Diego Studio really had two sports games. The NBA series, which went on for a really long time, NBA Inside or whatever. And then MLB The Show, which obviously still goes on today. And they lost the NBA license at some point, I think, to 2K. But EA had the NBA license for a while. Remember, they even released a couple games on the PS3, like the Elite series. There's just too much money wrapped up into these things, and the exclusive. EA got really scared by Sega, right? And I mean, that's where the whole Madden exclusivity thing comes from. And it's a 20-year-old deal at this point. And people can make NFL games, but they can't be NFL simulation games. And so this leaves not much. And it is my hope that, like, ultimately the monetary situation becomes such that it behooves these different entities to open up their licenses to other people to make different sorts of games. But there's a lot of wrangling of cats in doing that, because it's not only that you have to get the leagues on board, you have to get the players associations on board as well. And there's a lot of money to interchange and stuff. It is nothing to EA, for instance, to have to pay this money, because college football makes so much money, but like they have to pay everyone in that game like $600 or $700, right? Like you have to like go through all these motions and get permissions, and people can actually opt out. There are certain college players that have like opted out of the college game, which I think is weird. I don't know why you'd do that. So yeah, I don't know. It's to me, San Diego Studios got a really good thing going, and I wouldn't like MLB The Show is a completely dominant game. It's widely considered like an NBA 2K level sports game, like one of the better regarded sports games. It sells extraordinarily well. And I wonder what Sony would have done with it if they were allowed to do what they wanted to do, because it did, of course, go multi-platform because the MLB forced them to do it, or they were going to pull the license from them. So they released on Xbox and Switch and PC with a gun to their head. But I wonder if they would have ultimately done that anyway, because it has been a huge boon to their market. And as I understand, it does pretty well on Switch. Remember, the show, and this is why like everyone's always like looking at Xbox as like the shrinking violet, like, oh, these poor victims of Sony and Sony being so aggressive. I'm like, remember when Sony was forced at gunpoint to put the show on other platforms, and then Xbox put it in Game Pass? Remember that? That was a very nice thing to do. I would have done the same thing. All right, let's see. Street Shadow, on the topic of splashback, toilet tech is where Japan are masters at. My company's in Japan office. Each toilet has music to play to hide the bloop. Yes, I noticed that in my time in Japan too, that they do have very sophisticated toilet seats with like heated options, obviously the bidets, which I'm not really crazy about, and like the music and all the rest, and the cleanliness. Because I remember experiencing some of these things in weird places, wherein like at the what was it called, the Tokyo Game Show, Makahari, where takes place in this big convention hall, and it's like the cleanest bathroom you've ever seen in this place that's crawling with hundreds of thousands of people, and these seats would have been stolen in like 5 minutes in the United States. This is what I'm saying. We already decided it earlier in the show. We're going to vote in a series of elections on who the lowest 5% common denominator people are in our society. We're going to imprison all of them, and we're going to make those prisons into zoos. If you want more information about this, go ahead and listen to earlier in the show. It's going to be great. Deluxe wrote in and said, what do you personally consider to be a respectable amount of platinums? I don't think this is really answerable, because, especially in the modern era, because the shovelware and stuff has made the numbers really useless. Rather, it's what it's the platinums you have that are impressive, in my opinion. The number is good. They don't have to be hard games. They just have to be real games. And so honing in on the number, like during the PS3 era, it was much easier to hone in on the number and make a qualified assessment of that. It's not that way anymore. It hasn't been that way in a long time. Generic Magic user says, quitting my content job to live a dream, or do you mean content job? I wonder. Quitting my content job. I'm going to say that's what you mean. To live a dream, creating a home for quality, longer form games writing. Is the party already over for words, journalism, and games? Yes, for the most part. I think you have to be a very unique voice, and I don't, and because there's stuff on like Substack and stuff that people really like and that make good money, but what I can say for sure, in my opinion, is that you no longer need a masthead. If you're going to do that, you should just do it yourself, and maybe that's what you're going to do. But I think it's going to be very tough. And it's just not, this is another one of those things. In the world of that I came from, reading and writing was everything. And it was a world, that I would still be in if it was up to me. But again, we're getting into this. It's very timely, very topical. Over and over again, we would, let me back up, because I don't want to dissuade you. I don't want to be like, I'm not trying to be mean about it. I just want people to be realistic. The world that I came up in the industry does not exist anymore. Trying to carve that world out for yourself is possible in a cottage industry style way only. And if you do it successfully, you can make good money doing it and fine. But I would say, even though it's so crowded, you have a much better chance of breaking through in streaming, videos, podcasting than you would ever have writing. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but everyone is illiterate. No one can read. MP No Thanks says Colin would absolutely be voted to the bottom 5%. I highly doubt that. But if I was, so be it. This is a democratic election. But I highly doubt that. All right. Let's see. WP Montgomery wrote in and said, Colin, if money were truly no object, would you go back and get that PhD in history? I absolutely would. I don't think so. Because, like, what am I trying to prove? It's a lot of work. That's a different life for me. Grad school Colin's a different Colin. It's the only things that remind me of that world are my tattoos at this point. It's just that, like, it would be something I would do for myself. But I just, I don't need to. Because if money was of no object at all, then you really do have nothing to prove. And I would be doing it for this. And by the way, I don't want to be too flip, but it's like I don't really respect academia the way I used to. I used to want to be an academic. That was like my goal. And I think academia is kind of a clown show in a lot of respects. You know? So, and I don't really think, the more I've gone through the world, the more your collegiate qualifications, they never really meant much to me, to be honest with you, but they really don't mean anything to me. Many of the smartest people I know and speak with and interact with never stepped foot in a college classroom. And honestly, some of the stupidest people I know are people with lots of degrees. So, I don't know. Academia, when it meant something, I think maybe I'd feel differently about it. I'd be almost ashamed to be a part of it now. Oh, I just got an email from Sony. They asked me if I wanted a Marvel Tokon code. I, of course, declined, but I told them that I had interested parties at my company that would want to play it, and they said okay, and they would provide us with those codes. So we appreciate it. All right, let's see. Spanish Deco says, in honor of Vincent Pastor's passing, who is the underboss and consigliere to the Moriarty outfit, and where are you based from? I was so sad to see that. Big pussy. But he was 81. That's a good life. That's a good life. It's funny. I always say my G.I. Joe consigliere is my friend Mike, and he listens to the show sometimes, so he might be out there. Who is the underboss and consigliere to the Moriarty outfit, and where are you based from? First of all, this is a very offensive question, because Moriarty is an Irish name, of course. I'm only half Italian, so I can't even be made. Feels like a trap. I don't know. Where would we be based? I mean, obviously we'd be based from Long Island, but that's like some other family's territory. JD says, so LSM itself is getting codes now? LSM itself has always gotten codes. I just don't want them. I don't use them. People from LSM have been getting codes the entire time we've been doing this show, or all of our shows. So no real difference there. I just don't want them. I really do authentically and earnestly enjoy, because I think there's this idea that like Colin wouldn't get codes even if you do it. And I'm like, I don't think you have any idea what you're talking about. I really just don't want to. I just don't want to play like that anymore. I don't find it fun. I don't find the pre-release grind fun. I don't find being embargoed fun. I think it kind of sucks. I think when you're newer to it, it's very exciting to have access to things early. I played games mega early. You know, especially when I was at IGN, we would get games months early often. And yeah, there is something exciting and interesting about that. Actually, what's fun? I'll bring up something funny. We were talking since we're on this topic of a specific game I got so early that at IGN that the trophies are like almost unreal. Hold on, it's like I have to go far back because this is when I still wrote guides. I think back. All right, let's see. Yeah, here it is. So The Godfather 2. Yeah, so The Godfather 2, you can see the release date was April 7th. And I have trophies in January. So there are these experiences that you remember, and like it's exciting, right, to get those games early and to have access and to do all of those things. But at some point, and you guys know this, I was like, well, some publishers back in the day were being annoying and weren't giving me games anyway. And I'm like, well, I don't want to play this dipsy-do. Like, am I in, am I not? And so I just, sometime in 2018, we were like, we're just not going to accept codes anymore. And so ever since then, I've not accepted any codes and I've not used any codes. And I remember I most recently lamented this because I get emails all the time like, do you want the game, blah, 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 and I say no or whatever. But the one that was really hard for me to say no to was Mina, because I know I could have gotten it very early. I have a great relationship with those guys. And Judas is obviously going to be another one where I'm going to have... I think I'm actually talking to Ken at some point this week, but privately. But I'll have easy early access to that game too. And you have to kind of hold... you kind of have to hold tight on just being consistent. So ever since then, I've never accepted a code for myself, no. And, but LSM, yeah, LSM gets codes. I mean, and by LSM, I mean like the people that work at LSM. Yeah, everyone gets codes. My instructions have always been to do whatever you want. If you feel like you, want to be in that world and want to be embargoed and want to deal with all of that, more power to you. I just don't want to do it anymore. And I find it much more enjoyable to play games at my own pace along with everyone else, enjoy, frankly, a patched and better version of most of these games. I mean, that's another thing about playing early games is like you're getting like the most botched. And when we talked about it, it was one of the things that hurt my relationship for a while, I think, with Sony, unfortunately, was just my from my perspective anyway, was my criticism of the Days Gone situation where they really just sent that game out in a state to press that was just unacceptable. And it really hurt it. And I don't know why you would do that to your own game. But to me, I don't like being embargoed. I don't like reaching for embargoes. I don't like the expectation of having something to say at embargo. And that comes from both the audience and from the people that are giving you the codes. I mean, if the little secret is that if you don't use these codes and you don't talk about them, you don't get them anymore. Sometimes they'll send you whatever you want, but often they're tracking you. And like, did you cover it? Did you say anything? If not, what's the point of us giving you the game for free? And so there's like a level of pressure to like have something to say, to play it in a certain way. People that don't have this level of access do not understand this grind. They think it's like all just free things and you do what you want. It's like, no, that's not the way it works. Not at all. It will work that way for you for a little while and then it'll never work for you ever again. So yeah, I lived in that world for a long time. Frankly, I lived in that world when it was much harder to get games early too. So that was kind of cool. And I enjoyed it, but it changes the way you play games. It changes the way you interact with games. It changes your coverage plans. It changes. You can ask anyone. I mean, ask Maddie, ask Cog, the people that interact, Brad, people that interact with PR regularly. Like, it's stressful. You don't know where you stand with people. You don't know who to talk to about certain games. Did they not email me back because they were mad at me? Did they not email me back because they forgot? Did they not get me a code because... And then they tell you things that are like outright lies. And that was the thing that really bothered me too, where it's like... And I've said this before, it's like, when they're like, we don't have enough codes, sorry. Like, we've given out all of our codes. It's like, you've given out thousands of codes because that's how many codes you got. And by the way, if you're a major publisher, they can just make you more. So like, at some point you just see through it. And I'm like, I don't blame them. They're protecting their product. That's the big thing about PR is like, it's easy to get mad at them, but they're protecting their entire job is to protect their product and to do like what's best for it. So you can't get mad at them. Hate the game as it were. And I mean the player versus game. So, yeah, I don't know. I think people think it's like, people almost think it's like a joke, and it's like, it's not really a joke. A lot rides on all this level of access for everyone involved, and eschewing the entire situation brings me a lot of peace. That's just me. I'm lucky. Dustin reminds me of this a lot. Is like, I've built up an audience and have a reputation enough where people just care what I have to say about games whenever I get to it. I understand that a lot of people have to be, they feel like they have to be there at embargo and like the review ready to go. I mean, I was in that world. I remember, but I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, and it's sort of a trap where you feel like and you don't even know yourself. Is your relevance based on your access, or is it based on what you're saying? And I think like the Metacritic crew, especially like the people that are on Metacritic and get their games up and they get ingested. It's like, you're just a number. I always cringe when you see it. Like, I make fun of it. I don't mean to be mean, but it's like you see some of these it's like some of these outlets on Metacritic, and it's like, what the fuck is this outlet? What is this? And then you go to their Twitter page, and it's like, we're a Metacritic endorsed out. It's like, oh, so like this is a whole game for you. It's not even really about criticism. The Everything Man says, where is the trophy cleanup stream that you said you were going to do when you started streaming? Where? When? I demand satisfaction. We will do that, especially now that the PS3 is on the clock. We will do it. And I brought it up many times. I bought I had to buy like a converter to make, you have to run through, like PS4 and PS5 work natively fine on streaming, but PS3 doesn't, and everything backwards from there. Like, you have to have these converters. So I did buy it. So I am technically ready to go. We just have to figure out what we want to do. And yeah, Volcom, the Godfather cleanup would be big, because I remember this too, is that I am missing this trophy here, Executions in Style. And what I remember about this is that I just got too far in the game and wasn't able to do the kill. And so this is probably one of the lowest hanging missing platinums I have. And you can see it's not an uncommon platinum. It's at 4.4% on PSN and almost 20% on PSN profile. So yeah, I could do that. But yeah, I must be the first person that like got trophies for all of these games. So like, yeah, look, like January 22nd, and then the next person is 3 months later or 2 months later. So yeah, those were the days. It was different then. All right. Chief Adam wrote in and said, do you have a platinum trophy that you are the most proud of? And also, do you have one you absolutely hated? I mean, in recent memory, the one I'm most proud of is Mega Man 11. That was a fucking hard. That's a hard one. And I'm proud that I was able to get that done, because it was not easy. Let's see. Yeah. It has a 0.3%. It's one of my rarest platinums. 0.3% of people have it. And it all comes down to this one, survival skills, which is ironically a silver trophy. It is hard stuff. But yeah, I did it. Least proud, absolutely hated, like one that comes to mind that I loathed was, let's see, I won't even say what it is. I'll bring it up. It'll make you guys laugh. Just got to get there because I got to go way back again. God, I have so many fucking games. All right. It's this platinum trophy made me want to kill myself. Leisure Suit Larry box office bust. Wasn't even hard. That's not what the problem was. It was so bad. It was so bad. This game, man. Rough. What I remember, it's in my memory because I lived in an in-law at the time, and so I was in like this small space, and I was screaming into a pillow. MP no thanks. Was that the one Dagan worked on? No, he didn't work on that one. He worked on the remake of the original, which came out after this, I believe. All right, let's see. Street Shadow says, first party historically never meant to be the breadwinner on every title. They were added bonuses to the real breadwinner, which is third party. PS1 was successful because of third party partnerships. I mean, every one of their consoles was successful because of third parties. I would say the console that benefited most from first party games was PlayStation 3. I think that's undeniable that it's the most affected by the core catalog of games. But ironically, it's also the worst selling PlayStation console. And it will go down as the worst selling PlayStation console by a fairly wide amount, I think, by low tens of millions by when it all settled. And PS6 will probably be a different story. Now, again, no causation necessarily. But I will say that I agree with you. And I also think, like, when you see these numbers of, like, PS1 had 500 exclusives, it's like, no, it didn't. I mean, it's kind of a disingenuous way of positioning what an exclusive means today. People were just publishing games wherever they could, and there was a period of time where games didn't make sense on Saturn anymore, and they couldn't go to N64, so they didn't. it's kind of a little disingenuous to position it that way, but no one cares about any of that. Oh, I'm gonna butcher this one. I'm sorry. That's a lot of vowels. O-U-O-U-I in a row? It's a challenge. Gosh, it's a challenge. Houin. Kayuma. I'm sorry. Oh, boy. He says, Colin, I want to thank you for all the years of content. Your content has helped me through some really tough times in my life, and I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here for you. These are always the best. This is always the best commentary that I get from people, is because I get it. Because I have that shit in my own life. I think everyone does. The things that allow you to escape, to lose yourself for a little while, whatever that might be. And you're always grateful for the laughs or the insight or the thought or whatever that these things provide for you. And I get that completely. And so that always really strikes me as a consumer of content when people say that to me. I appreciate that. Korish.mp4 says, hi, Colin. I work with MEPs in European Commission on digital ownership. Do you want to chat? Dropped you a Patreon DM. America invent, China make it cheap, Europe regulate. Let's talk. Thanks, David. Sure. I haven't looked at the DMs in a little while, so I'll do that this week, and I'm sure I will get back to you. Thank you for reaching out. That could be fun to discuss, and I think the European Commission, ironically, as I've said on the show a few times, is probably our best bet to make this happen. Because the Congress isn't going to act... It's tough because a lot of the companies that would be greatly affected by something like this are American. They're also Japanese. A lot of them aren't European. And I think that's why it might be the best. Like there's the splash damage and like collateral damage from that would be best for that region. And then if that region made it so, then they would simply have to fold and do it everywhere. There's no way they would have these different setups. That would be pretty cool. But yeah, anyway, we will talk. I will get back to you this week, I promise. Dave Gill wrote in and said, please help me understand why there are people telling those defending physical to shut up instead of taking a stand. If they don't care, why fight us? I don't think it's quite that easy, unfortunately, in that this is what I was asking, and this is one of the things Maddie and I got into, and one of the things I wanted to ask about and get his thoughts on when we did Sacred Plus this past weekend was the idea of there being a rubber band effect, like a backlash to the backlash. I personally am getting a little annoyed at seeing every post covered in the post, by the way, from the same people. It's not like it's just different people. It's the same ever shrinking group of people posting on all these posts, and it's like, yeah, at some point you're just becoming annoying. Right? I mean, so if you're going to make your fight present in our shared space, which is what is happening, and that's fine, then there's obviously going to be some pushback to that eventually. In other words, you're not siloed off fighting the good fight and it doesn't affect anything else or anyone else. It affects all of us because it's happening present with all of us present. And it is the same. I mean, I'm sorry, it's the same people. So I think like when Sony's just posting random things, it's like, yeah, you want to have this level of guerrilla combat against them, more power to you. I don't care. It's not my company. But you're going to wear out your welcome eventually. I'm just letting you know. There's no doubt. I mean, there's like no doubt in my mind that that's what's going to happen. It's just that's a tale as old as time. The seesaw bends too much. It starts to become unnatural. No. So I think you gotta be, this is why I think it's really important to have likable, effective messengers. And it's why, I wanted to speak to Maddie, because as I said, he's an actually likable physical games advocate. I think a lot of the physical games advocates that I'm seeing are mega aggressive, mega angry, hostile, toxic. It's not going to change anyone's mind. You're not helping yourself at all, but do what you want. It's literally just the same, but it's literally the same people. I mean, the numbers never looked very big. When it was 10,000 people responding, it wasn't very big. And now that it's 500, you really can't even hide it at this point, that it's the same people over and over again. And, Yeah, I don't know. So, and I understand there's a lot of emotionality in it, but I do wonder when you stop. If the company is telling you they don't want you anymore, or at least that's what you interpreted it as, and I think that that's not unreasonable. They're simply saying with their market decisions, we don't want to do this anymore, and we're not doing it anymore. And they know that that's going to sacrifice at the altar of commerce a certain number of people. And you might be this person, unfortunately. It feels hopeless and helpless, and I get that, but I do wonder when the acceptance seeps in. And that at some point you come off like a scorned girlfriend or something that's like obsessed with her ex. It's like, if you feel this way and they're telling you a certain thing and they're intractable and you're upset, then is this really just going to go in a circle forever? Are you serious? It's at some point, like, and I think my personal opinion is it will happen after the next quarterly report, which, surprise, is not going to show any effect of this situation. And like, it'll happen, and we'll get it in mid to late October, and yeah, surprise. So when we get to that point and this conversation is still ongoing, I do think that that's when there will be a snapback, and people will be like, all right, enough. We hear you. We sympathize and empathize with you. I've said it a million times. I don't know why Sony's doing this to you. I would wring you dry, personally. But that's not what they want to do. They must have their various reasons for doing it. They clearly believe in it. Now they had a financial call alongside last quarter's quarterly report. Obviously, the numbers are not incorporated in that report. That ends their fiscal year June 30th, and the quarter obviously as well, June 30th. So July 1st is when the announcement happened. Everything's going to be on the numbers going forward. But then they're asked questions clearly about it at the financial call, and then everyone's saying they're not speaking about that because it's not within the reporting period. Like, people don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. And it's not doing the movement any favors. It's really not. It's too bad that people like Maddie and other people that actually know something and understand things could be like the movement's leader or voice. But it's just not that way. And it is what it is. But I will say this, because people will be like, you know, what happened to me is always going to be a good touchstone, right, with my account. And it's like, I would have been devastated if my account got stolen and I never got it back. I would be mortified. It would ruin a lot of things for me. It would be awful. But here's one thing I wouldn't do, is ever give Sony another dollar. I mean, certainly, like, that's what it has to be in that situation, right? And so graft that onto your own experience. And you're like marinating in this thing where they're telling you they're not interested, and you're insisting that they be interested, and at some point there is some sort of awkward tension, and maybe they reverse course. I've said before that I think that they have a really easy way to fix this, which is to simply indefinitely publish on PS5. And again, I would just say, like, yeah, we're charging $90 or $100 for physical games now. Like, just to make it onerous and ridiculous, but like, be like, yeah, if that's what you want, here you go. That they didn't explore any of that, I think, indicates to me that internally they are incredibly bullish on not doing it, because they just don't even want to try. They just wanted to pull the Band-Aid off. And of course, we have to understand too that this is in preparation for PS6, and of course, this is what binds their hands, because they can't really make any major wholesale changes, because it's almost certain that the PS6 is going to be a digital-only machine, and obviously the handheld will be, but also because they don't want to stymie PS5's progress. PS5 is going to sell like crazy this fall. Doesn't matter what it costs. Hate to tell you. I hate to be that guy that informs everyone of that as well. Grand Theft Auto is going to sell millions of these things. So you don't want to get in the way. And I'll continue to say that the the PR positioning is so brilliant from Sony's perspective of burying the PS3 and Vita shit in there. I'll never get over that. There's simply no bandwidth for that conversation, and they knew it. They must have known it. And I think that's you got to tip your cap, like from a communication standpoint, where you're like, not bad, not bad. You knew you had these two poison pills to swallow, and you just swallowed them at the same time, and that's bold. So, just from like, I'm an appreciator of the game, as it were. You know, like I like the industry, I like the way it works, and that move where I'm like, nicely done, nicely done. KB Megru says, can you earnestly tell us what Scott Rhodey actually does? He's responsible for Sony's US studios, and much of the internal chaos comes from there. Not really. I mean, he is. He's the shepherd of like the West Coast development structure at Sony. I would disagree that. I mean, like Bend obviously had their game canceled, and Blue Point went under. I don't think Scott had anything to do with that, and. Now, how complicit Scott is, I haven't spoken to Scott in years. I mean, I don't even know, like, not even privately. So I don't, because I used to have really great off-the-record conversations with him, too. He's a great guy. He's a really nice person. And Jaffe and I talked about, like, he would get so many games, like, his office would be just covered in stacks and stacks and stacks of games. That's, like, what I remember about it. Just from, the industry at large. Always playing, always trying to understand, which is cool and studious, and I think that's necessary. But I would argue Sucker Punch did a great job with Yote and basically did exactly what they were asked to do. Now it is my hope that they're wise enough to move on, and I think that they will. So there's that. And then Naughty Dog has been mismanaged, but I think Intergalactic's going to be just fine. And who knows what else they're doing. I think there's an Uncharted game marinating somewhere over there too. Obviously, you look at something like Dark Outlaw, which was this very ephemeral project, or a very ephemeral studio working on an even more ephemeral project. So yeah, like I don't think he's without blame. Presumably, he's not. But I think when he works at a San Diego studio, that is a workhorse of a studio. You can't blame them for anything. I don't know. The bigger problem with the United States studios is not their performance per se. It's how much money it costs to make games in these places, and how it's just not going to work for very long. If I worked at one of these studios, well, if you're Sony, it's like, I don't know, man. You're dumping all this money into these games, and you're watching Capcom make Resident Evil Requiem for like $60 million or something, and you're like, we can't do that. I mean, they're legitimately burning hundreds of millions of dollars on all of their games. Now, for a lot of their games, they're going to make that money back, but you're talking about margins. And it's a lot better to like sell 10 million copies of a game that made that cost $60 million to make than to sell 10 million copies that made $300 million to make, or cost $300 million to make. Hold on, let's see if this one comes through. Let me know if that one came through. Raccoon City wrote in and said, do you think new EA will see how Requiem sold and do a Dead Space game since they have all those assets? It's a crime it and Chronos didn't sell better. Oh, good. It came through. That's wonderful. No. I mean, all accounts are... So Glenn Schofield recently retired from the industry, and one of the things he was talking about, he, of course, was one of the creators of Dead Space at Visceral back at EA, and did a bunch of other stuff. And, of course, more recently, Callisto Protocol. But... he had said that they like pitched on Dead Space and that then EA wasn't interested in it. And if they're going to do Dead Space without Glenn Schofield, that's fine. But they've done that before. But like, why wouldn't you want him? It just seems to me that they aren't interested. But here's the rub for me with EA is I think they're going to be in some financial peril. And they are so leveraged now when the Saudi deal is going to go through imminently. Man, I mean, this is what I was saying during the college football fiasco when people were complaining about like them monetizing things in certain ways. I'm like, I guarantee you've not seen anything yet. These guys are riding tens of millions of dollars in a leveraged buyout. And so basically, for people that don't know, like that's buying on borrowed money. And so that money is stapled to the company's bottom line. EA, I think, was running between $1 and $2 billion worth of debt at any given time, which is healthy for a company of that size. But now it's going to be running at like $25 billion. And it's going to have to be serviced. And by the way, interest rates are popping up. So I don't... So when you see situations like that, it wouldn't be surprising to me if they went back to the well in the short term and were like, oh yeah, maybe we should do something with Dead Space. And by the way, maybe we should do something for a lot of this because we need to make money. And the old way of, you know, no, it's not even the old way, but EA has settled into a rhythm of doing very few games. And they have these services like Apex Legends, and they have their run of EA Sports games, which are huge for them. Occasionally they'll do a smaller game out of EA Originals, and I really appreciate that they've invested in some weird shit. A lot of that stuff hasn't worked out too great, but they have tried. And of course, you know, like those adventure games like Split Fiction and everything, like those are the big winners of that ecosystem, and they sell a lot of copies of those. But I don't think they're going to be able to be so conservative anymore, because I think they have to run now instead of walk, and that's gonna expose them to a whole lot of danger. I think I'm not pleased about this for EA. Like I don't want Saudi Arabia involved in the games industry, period. But I also, not Saudi people, but the government and the PIF and all these, like, it comes with a cost, and things don't always work out. Look what happened with Live Golf and the reintegration of those golfers back into the PGA and stuff. Like, people don't forget if things go sideways. So I don't know, man. They're going to be under a lot of stress. I'll say that. Chronos was so good, though, wasn't it? Oh my God, Chronos was excellent. It didn't sell well, but for Bloober it did. I think they made money on it. And we'll get a sequel. I mean, Chronos kind of sets itself up for a sequel anyway, but Chronos was shocking how good it was. And really, it's not like Dead Space, because it's much more psychological. It's much more of a Bloober game, really, in a way. It's not space and sci-fi. It's sci-fi, but it's not space. And it's kind of like, it's like 80s Soviet shit. It's pretty cool. Highly recommended. It is the spiritual successor to Dead Space in a lot of ways. Halcyon wrote in and said, I'm considering getting my ears pierced and rocking some earrings. What has been your experience with them? Any cons? I got my ears pierced 24 years ago, so it's been a long time, and these earrings have been the only earrings I've ever had. You know, obviously you clean them and take care of them and all the rest, but like they're the ones. And I don't know what you want to do. If you want to get like gauged earrings like this, they're going to put a needle, like they're going to put a hook through your ear, which is what they did for me. It hurts like fucking hell, but it goes away after a few days. The thing I remember the most is just, and I'll just be honest, it's just bleeding on my pillow. Like, there's no getting away from it for a few days. And then it heals, and then they just become like literally they're just like, they're just part of your body. You know? Like, you can do whatever you want. You can just like all right. It's worth noting, by the way, before I get to the next one, I had other ear piercings too, and if you mean that, those are a lot easier. I had hoops up here when I was young, I in high school, and I had my lobes pierced for a while. You can do that with a gun. Okay. That fat white guy says, thoughts on Bautista, Bautista, is that how you say it? He's a wrestler, right? Possibly playing Kratos in the show. As long as he bulks back up, I'm down for it. Thank you for your donation. I don't know about the show, man. I heard, I don't know if you guys saw the rumor recently that they're going to recast Atreus for the second season, which maybe is not a surprise because he's going to age up in the story. Bad mojo around the show, in my opinion. Hunan Koyuma wrote in and said, haha, the response to the name, you were like the what girl from Beyond. Oh, what? Thank you for writing it. Matt Sanders says, think it's time to retire them. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can at this point. I've thought about it over the years many times. What's funny is that they've come back in and out like 3 different times in style. Because like I got them towards the tail end of when they were cool, and then like in the mid 2000s and the late 2000s they weren't cool anymore, and then people started wearing them again, and then they weren't cool anymore. Now they're cool again. So if I just wait long enough, it's like the girl that kept wearing bell bottoms and then every so often it's like, oh, you're really cool for like a 6-month period of time. They're kind of just part of my face. This is the last one. K-Dot wrote in and said, hey, Colin, have you tried Triangle Strategy? Any thoughts on the game? I haven't. Micah, I believe, is a fan of it. Is Triangle Strategy was released earlier this year, right, on PlayStation, I believe, or maybe it was last year. I'm open to it. I'm totally open to it. It looks awesome. It's just, there's just so much to play. But I'm certainly not opposed to playing it at some point. And maybe we'll get there. All right. We've gone for about over 4 hours. It's time for office hours to be done now. I'm going to go walk the dogs, enjoy this nice day. It's cloudy, but it's 87, so I want to take advantage of that. You know, it's like it's good enough to be outside. You know, you're not going to fucking melt, hopefully. Got to work out. Maybe go float around in the pool. I don't know. And then get into it. I have like a 75-day streak on chess.com going right now. So I've been really enjoying playing chess at night as well. And then I got to continue my Halo playthrough as well. Beast of Reincarnation is imminent. I think it's tomorrow. So I'm probably going to buy that, but I won't probably play it right away, but we got to get into that. And then the rest of the month is going to be dedicated to like, I got to play Alan Wake 2 and beat that. And I got to play replay Control in time for Control 2. So some preparatory things to do. Plus, I think Onimusha 4 is coming out at some point this month. So I want to add that to the list as well. There is much to consider. But in the meantime, appreciate you guys. I hope you had a good time hanging out with me. Thank you for being here. If you missed a lot of it, it'll be in VOD for you. We'll see you on Patreon, all the podcasts, etc. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for all that, and laststandmedia.store for merch. I appreciate you guys, and I hope you're well. Have a great week, and take care. Oh, what do I do now? This.